Chapter 1. It was the beginning of summer in June, and Bana City was the same as Beijing City in the original world. There was already a clear heat. Su Yi, who was wearing the formal attire of the Sennheiser school, had wrapped himself up from head to toe. After walking a short distance on the street, he already felt his body heat up. If it wasn't for the small frost array that covered his body with magic ahead of time, he would be soaked in sweat right now. It's here, right? Su Yi stopped and looked up at the 30-meter-tall magic tower that was over 10,000 square meters. His eyes finally fell onto the sign on the gate of the magic tower. Carmilla Magic Tower. That's right, it was here. Seeing this sign, Su Yi's heart filled with a trace of nervousness before he gave a self-deprecating laugh. His current mood was just like when he graduated from university 5 years ago and went to the first large mechanical engineering company in the country to apply for a job. Su Yi didn't belong to this world. 3 years ago, he was one of the most important mechanical engineers in the largest mechanical engineering company on Earth and had a good reputation in the industry. He was only 24 years old at the time, so it could be considered rare, and he had a bright future ahead of him. However, things were hard to predict. 3 years ago, he accidentally fell into the water and found that he had transmigrated to another world when he woke up. In the beginning, Su Yi thought that he would be like the main characters in novels, easily becoming a super magician in this world that focused on magic and reaching the peak of life. It was a pity that reality was cruel. It should be said that Su Yi's talent for magic wasn't bad. After coming to this world, he only used half a year to adapt, and through his own hard work, he only used 2 years to enter a magic school. He completed a course that would take normal students 4 years to complete and was called a rare magic genius by the teachers of the school. But the problem was that Su Yi had only been in this world for a short time, and the magicians of this world were trained in magic since they were young. No matter how strong Su Yi's talent was, it was hard for him to immediately stand out. Not to mention that he didn't have any foundation in this world. The Sennheiser school that he could enter was just a very normal magic school in the Lampari Kingdom, so they didn't have any powerful magic teaching skills. Su Yi could surpass his peers in the Sennheiser school, but in the entire signs, it wasn't worth mentioning. So after Su Yi graduated from the Sennheiser school, he faced the same dilemma as many graduates on Earth, which was unemployment. No matter what, I have to succeed in applying today. Su Yi forcefully shook his head and threw away the chaotic memories of his previous life that came from a nervousness in his heart. After calming himself, he took a deep breath and walked into the magic tower. Great magician Camilla was one of the strongest magicians in Bana City, so if he had the chance to help him with his magic research, Su Yi believed that he would be able to quickly increase his magic power and realize his value in this world. What Su Yi didn't expect was that the magic tower's defenses weren't that strict, so he easily walked through the door. Although there were several people wearing different colored robes that passed by, they only looked at him curiously and didn't pay attention to him at all. Seeing the anxious footsteps of these people and the serious looks of contemplation on their faces, Su Yi couldn't help thinking of the mechanical engineering research facility he had worked in back on Earth. Most of the engineers in the research institute, including him, had the same expression on their faces. Thinking of this, the nervousness in Su Yi's heart suddenly disappeared without a trace. He walked over to the magic tower's door, and Su Yi didn't hesitate as he opened the door. When he was about to walk in, he suddenly heard the sound of rushed footsteps behind him. He immediately reached out to hold the door that was about to automatically close, keeping it open. Turning around, Su Yi was a bit surprised. The one quickly walking over was actually a beautiful young girl with a shoulder-length blonde hair. Although she was also wearing a long black robe, it still revealed her slender and beautiful figure. Adding in her three-dimensional facial features, her beautiful face, and the confident smile on her face, she was filled with youthful vitality. In the mechanical engineering research facility before, there were young and beautiful female interns like this girl that appeared from time to time. The girl saw that Su Yi had been holding the door the entire time, waiting for her to come closer. After being a bit surprised, she revealed a faint smile to Su Yi and nodded to express her thanks. Su Yi also returned a faint smile and waited for her to walk through the door before turning to the Magic Tower's affairs department that he had seen when he walked in. The girl behind him saw Su-Yi simply leave and was surprised again. She looked at Su-Yi's back with deep meaning before turning to leave. She stepped onto the magic stairs in the center of the Magic Tower and directly went to the top of the Magic Tower. If Su-Yi had a bit more understanding of this Magic Tower, he would know that the top of this Magic Tower was the exclusive area of the master of this Magic Tower, Great Magician Camilla. But Su-Yi didn't have time to think about this right now. After arriving at the Magic Tower's affairs department and explaining his intentions, the reception staff quickly arranged for 2 people to interview him. The process wasn't very smooth. When the 2 people in charge of the interview heard that Su-Yi had graduated from the Sennheiser School, their expressions immediately changed. Su-Yi was very familiar with this change because he had seen it many times in the past half a year. This was clearly looking down on him. The Sennheiser School wasn't that famous in the Lampari Kingdom, so as a graduate of the Sennheiser School, Su-Yi naturally wouldn't receive any attention. Yeah, Su-Yi, right? May I ask if you've participated in the Sorcerer's Guild's certification exam? The slightly fat interviewer on the right continued to ask. This question could be considered goodwill towards Su-Yi, but it was a pity that Su-Yi could only awkwardly shake his head. He had only been in this world for 3 years, and it was already very difficult for him to graduate from the Sennheiser School. How could he have the time to pass the Sorcerer's Guild's certification exam, which was even more stringent? The more important thing was that the Magician's Guild certification exam cost quite a bit, and Su-Yi was already doing all he could to pay the tuition fees and living expenses of the Sennheiser School, as well as his normal magic research expenses. How could he have that much spare money to do this? Seeing Su-Yi shake his head, the 2 interviewers looked at each other. The slightly fatter interviewer coughed lightly, and a trace of apology appeared on his face. If that's the case, Mr. Su-Yi, thank you for coming to apply, but I'm very sorry. Su-Yi's face darkened. He knew very well that when the interviewer said this, it meant that his application had almost ended in failure. But if this application didn't succeed because he didn't have much money on him, he was afraid that he would have to find some other job to make ends meet. And like this, he was bound to be separated from magic research for a long time. He was afraid that his level of magic would fall instead of rising, which would have a huge impact on his future development. Thinking of this, Su-Yi raised his hand to interrupt the interviewer. Sir, I don't think it's that important which school you graduated from, right? What you need is an assistant that can help the esteemed Great Magician Camilla with his magic research, not a graduation certificate from a magic school or a certification from the Sorcerer's Guild. As long as I have enough ability, it's fine, don't you think so? Oh, the slightly fatter interviewer looked at Su-Yi with some amusement. Then, young man, what do you have to prove that you have these abilities? Su-Yi took out a small box from his backpack and handed it over. What is this? The 2 interviewers took the box and looked at it for a while, not understanding what it was. It's like this. Su-Yi gently tapped the box, and a trace of magic entered it from his finger. Although the 2 interviewers weren't strong magicians, as Great Magician Camilla's subordinates, naturally they weren't unfamiliar with magic. They easily felt Su-Yi's trace of magic, and a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. Although Su-Yi's trace of magic was weak, they could feel that this trace of magic was very pure and stable, without any fluctuations at all. This was something that even strong magicians would find hard to do, not to mention a young man like Su-Yi who looked like he was in his 20s. Because of this trace of magic, the 2 interviewers changed their view of Su-Yi. They looked at the box in their hands with a bit more caution. After Su-Yi injected his magic, the square box suddenly split open and a string of melodious music came out of the box. The 2 interviewers looked at it and found that after the box was opened, there was a model piano inside. This model was only the size of a person's palm, but it was very delicate. There was even a clear division of each piano key. What was even more surprising was that these piano keys kept syncing and bouncing along with the music. It was as if there was an invisible hand playing the piano, emitting the music. The 2 interviewers looked at the piano for a while before the slightly fat interviewer put down the box. He knit his brows and asked Su, this is only a toy. How can you prove your magic power? Sue-E revealed a faint smile. Mister, this is indeed a toy, but the driving force of this toy comes from the magic array I placed inside. As long as I inject a trace of magic, it will automatically activate. Could it be that this still doesn't prove my magic power? In fact, the core of this toy was indeed the magic array, but what really played a decisive role was Sue-Yi's mechanical engineering knowledge. This toy was made in his spare time in the Sunkaiser Academy. It combined part of his mechanical engineering knowledge and the magic array knowledge he learned in this world. It also used Sue-Yi's hobby, playing the piano. It could be said to be a fusion of the original world and this world. The level of technology it represented was not low. However, the two interviewers looked at the model piano and shook their heads at the same time. Young man, I'm sorry. Although this toy of yours is very innovative, it still can't meet our requirements. Sue-E frowned and couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. The people of the signs respected and valued magic very much, but most of it was reflected in the destructive power of magic. There was very little research on the application of magic. Until now, there was not a single mage who could see the level of technology contained in this so-called toy. Naturally, it was difficult for them to acknowledge his magic power. When the slightly chubby interviewer was about to pronounce Sue-Yi's death sentence, the door suddenly squeaked. The slightly chubby interviewer was interrupted by the squeak. He raised his head and looked at the door unhappily, but immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Miss Steele, why are you here?" Sue-E curiously turned his head and was also surprised. This Miss Steele who suddenly walked in was actually the young girl he met at the gate of the magic tower. After seeing Sue-E, the girl's face also showed a trace of surprise, but she just nodded to Sue-E and went straight to the interviewer's table. She took a look at Sue-Yi's application letter and nodded. Then she looked at the model piano next to her and turned to Sue-E and asked, "Did you make this?" Sue-E nodded in surprise. Judging from Miss Steele's relaxed movements and the way the interviewer addressed her, her social status was probably not low. "Can I see it?" Steele pointed at the model piano. Of course. Sue-Yi's heart lit up with a glimmer of hope. He once again demonstrated the process of playing the model piano to Steele. Very interesting. After watching it, Steele showed a trace of interest. She glanced at Sue-E and said to the two interviewers, "Hire him." The two interviewers looked at each other and said awkwardly, "Miss Steele, he just graduated from the Sunkaiser School and hasn't passed the qualification examination of the Sorcerer's Guild. This doesn't seem to meet the requirements, does it?" Steele waved her hand casually. His mind is very active, which is much better than those old sorcerers whose brains are about to fall off. Maybe he can even help Grandpa. Hearing Steele's words, the two interviewers looked at each other helplessly. The slightly fatter interviewer coughed slightly and turned to Mr. Sue-E, congratulations on passing the interview. May I ask when you can come to work here?" Sue-E was overjoyed. He looked at Steele with gratitude, but found that Steele was not looking at him at all. Instead, she was focusing on the model piano. It seemed that for her, this model piano was much more interesting than the designer Sue-E. Sue-E had to turn to the interviewer and nodded with a smile. "Anytime." Chapter 2. Hot. It's so hot. A loud complaint suddenly rang out in the room, causing a wave of agreement. "That's right. Why is it so hot? It's simply killing me." "That's right. I wish I could take off all my clothes." "Scram. Rem, you pervert. There are women here." "Che, Wella. Are you even a woman?" Hearing the complaints of his colleagues, Sue-E raised his head and used his sleeve to wipe the sweat off his forehead. It was indeed very hot. Unknowingly, he had already been working in the Carmilla Magic Tower for a month. It was already the beginning of July, and it was the middle of summer, so the weather was naturally very hot. In this month, he had been running errands in one of the magic research labs under Great Magician Camilla, not participating in any magic research at all. Sue-E was not surprised by this. After working on Earth for several years, he was very clear that a newcomer like him had to do some basic work to slowly blend in. Not to mention that his magic power was not outstanding at all in the lab. Moreover, the matter of him applying for the job had already spread, so everyone in the lab thought that he had gotten in through Miss Steele's back door. Many of his colleagues had a trace of disdain and contempt in their hearts. This fellow, did he rely on his good looks to catch Miss Steele's fancy? So he could only give a bitter smile. Other than seeing Steele on the day of the application, he had not seen Steele a second time in this month. Other than knowing that Steele was great magician Camilla's granddaughter from his colleagues, he knew nothing about her. Who knew where these rumors came from? Of course, he was also clear that these so-called rumors had no basis at all. Therefore, he didn't bother to explain himself at all. While doing his job, he constantly observed his colleagues' magic research to improve his magic skills. Suyi's talent was actually not bad. Even if he was only observing from the side, his magic level had increased by a lot in this month. After all, great magician Camilla's strength was not something the teachers of the Sennheiser school could compare to. Even if it was just some of the magic research he had done, the level was still much higher than Su Yi's at the Sennheiser school. That's right, when I was called by the great magician to give a report the day before yesterday, I found that his room was very cool. Why is that? The one who spoke was Rem, who had just been called a pervert. He was a 5th grade magician who had passed the Magicians Guild certification exam and was ranked 3rd out of the 17 people, including Sui. He was very outgoing, so he was an existence that could stir up the atmosphere in the lab. Idiot, His Excellency the Great Magician's room has a large-scale frost array. Of course it's cool. The one who answered him was Wella, the one who had reprimanded Remington. She was a level 4 magician and was slightly weaker than Remington. Her personality was more serious, and she often reprimanded Remington. However, everyone could see that she actually treated Rem differently. In private, they had already been recognized as a couple by everyone. Oh. You don't believe me when I say you're stupid. Just a large-scale frost array costs 30 gold coins, not to mention the 10 high-level magic crystals required to maintain the array. That's 5 gold coins. That's 150 gold coins a month. I say, Rem, how much is your monthly salary? Rem snappily replied, this. Haha. Rem gave 2 dry laughs, not daring to reply. It was very clear that Rem's monthly salary was considered high in the lab, but it was only 30 gold coins. Not to mention the cost of maintaining the large-scale frost array. Just setting it up was impossible. In the entire magic tower of Carmilla, the only room with a large-scale frost array was the room of the respected great magician Camilla. There were no other rooms. Actually, I was lucky enough to visit great magician Eisenkel's magic tower last time. Every room had a frost array, and there was even red wine in every room. A timid voice sounded out. This voice belonged to Salsa, who was the closest to Su E in terms of age and strength. Because before Su E entered the lab, her strength was ranked last. Adding in her cowardly personality, she was always timid. Great magician Eisenkel? Isn't that one of the richest great magicians in the Lampari kingdom? His conditions are much better than ours. Tell me, why is it that great magician Eisenkel is so rich while our respected great magician Camilla is so poor that he doesn't even have the money to set up a frost array for us? After Rem gave a long sigh, he found that no one agreed with him. He looked around in surprise and saw that everyone had lowered their heads, clearly not wanting to respond to his words. Only Weena viciously glared at him and gave him a look. Rem suddenly realized that he had spoken without thinking and said something wrong. He quickly lowered his head and didn't say anything else. Su E, who saw this, couldn't help raising the corners of his mouth and revealing a smile. Rem's question made him think of the professors he met when he was a graduate student. Some professors were stronger and could pull in quite a few projects, so naturally they earned more. Some professors were weaker and earned less. Of course, there are also differences in the professors that earn more. Some would give the graduate students under them the same amount of money, so naturally everyone was happy. Some professors earned more, but were stingy with the graduate students under them, so of course they would be complained about. As for which category great magician Camilla belonged to, he still didn't have the qualifications to see great magician Camilla, so he didn't have any understanding of him. Naturally, he couldn't make a conclusion. But to be honest, it would be good if I could arrange a large-scale frost array At least it wouldn't be this hot. He shook his clothes and did his best to let himself breathe. Although he could arrange a small-scale frost array in his body to reduce the heat, it would consume a large amount of magic to maintain it. With his current magic, he could only maintain it for half an hour at most. If he wanted to recover, he would need over 3 hours of meditation, so it wasn't worth it. The more important thing was that the work in the lab would use magic at any time. So even if Rim was a strong 5th-level magician, he wouldn't dare waste his magic on this kind of thing. He habitually raised his head to look at the wall of the lab and found that it was empty. There wasn't even a shadow of an air conditioner. This technologically backward world. He could only shake his head and let out a sigh. If there isn't an air conditioner, then even an electric fan would be fine. Thinking of an electric fan, Yi's heart suddenly skipped a beat as if he had caught onto something. After being stunned for a while, Yi suddenly slapped his thigh. Idiot! If there isn't one, can't I make it myself? The sound of Yi slapping his thigh startled the other people who were immersed in their work. They looked at Yi in astonishment, only to find that this guy who had been relatively silent since entering the lab suddenly had an ecstatic expression on his face. Is this guy crazy? At this time, Yi didn't pay attention to their gazes. He was completely immersed in the idea that suddenly popped up in his mind. That's right. What he suddenly thought of was to make his own electric fan. Of course, this world didn't have electricity, but there was something that could replace it, and that was magic. He quickly organized his thoughts in his mind, quickly pulled out a piece of paper, and madly drew on it. As a professional mechanical engineer, although he didn't specialize in the light industry, because he was very interested in the mechanical industry since he was young, he was very familiar with the structure and principle of an electric fan. Combined with his professional mechanical engineering knowledge, he quickly copied the electric fan's blueprint. After some research, Yi quickly determined his own idea of the modification. If he wanted to use an automatic fan in this world, the first thing he needed to solve was the power supply. This world didn't have electricity, but using a magic array to provide the same power supply. And this point just happened to be something that Yi constantly researched when he was studying at the Sennheiser School. The piano model that he took out during the interview could actually be regarded as a manifestation of his research results. The electric fan structure was very simple for an advanced mechanical engineer like him, and the magic array that was used to replace the power supply wasn't complicated either. He spent less than an hour to complete the magic array. This magic array was a primary wind magic array and could simulate the effect of a low-level wind magic, wind whirlwind. What Sui needed to do next was to combine this magic array with the electric fan structure and successfully drive the electric fan. Of course, he still had a lot of problems to solve. For example, how high should the speed of the wind whirlwind simulated by the magic array be to drive the fan blades and replace the electric fan's motor? For example, if the magic array was perfectly embedded in the fan structure, it could not only play a role, but also not affect the overall structure of the fan. For example, as the power source to drive the magic array, what quality should the magic crystal be used to ensure enough power supply? And for example, the more problems he thought of, the more excited Yi became. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the time when he was still on Earth. At that time, when the Engineering Research Institute didn't encounter any problems, Yi was this excited. He was an out-and-out research maniac. Researching and solving problems was even more enjoyable than any form of entertainment for him. In the blink of an eye, it was time to get off work, and the colleagues in the Research Institute left one after another. Yi was still immersed in his research, but these colleagues were already used to it. In this month, Yi stayed almost every day to work overtime. Towards Yi's spirit, these colleagues appreciated it very much. But they didn't know that this time, Yi wasn't just doing magic research. Chapter 3. Phew. Yi let out a long sigh, put down the knife in his hand, and wiped the sweat off his face. But he found that his hand felt strange, and when he looked again, his hand was full of oil stains. He was afraid that his face had turned into a big dirty cat. Yi didn't care about this at all. He laughed, and looked at the strange-looking iron lump in front of him with joy. It was not appropriate to call it a lump of iron. This thing had a square base, and the top was a hollow space. The space was large, and the steel bars were connected together. In the middle, there were 3 evenly distributed fan blades. Obviously, this was the fan that he had successfully developed. This fan, that was powered by a magic array, took Sui half a month to finish. What he spent the most time on was not the most important power source, but the casting of the fan's outer shape. After solving the main problem of using magic to replace the motor, Sui found a serious problem. The outer shell of the fan was difficult to imitate from the models of electric fans on Earth, because this world did not have a perfect plastic and alloy manufacturing process. Helpless, Sui could only use iron as a substitute. And because this world's casting process was not as fine as Earth's, the final product was a bit strange and could even be said to be very ugly. Well, I can't ask for too much as long as it can be used. Sui shrugged, comforting himself. After carefully checking twice, Sui picked up a piece of magic crystal that was only the size of his thumb and carefully put it into the back of the fan and then sealed the entrance. It was just a simple action, but Sui was covered in sweat. After wiping his face, he raised his right hand with a serious look and reached out his index finger. After hesitating a bit, he pressed it down. Pada! With a crisp sound, the fan switch was pressed down. Sui immediately felt a trace of magic begin to flow inside the fan. After a while, a light green light that represented the activation of the magic circle came out from the fan's gap. Sui opened his eyes wide and stared nervously at the fan blades. A moment later, the 3 fan blades suddenly trembled and began to rotate slowly. At first, the fan blades spun very slowly, but it didn't take long before they spun faster and faster. Gradually, the 3 fan blades were completely indistinguishable from each other, almost becoming one. Following the high-speed rotation of the fan blades, wisps of cool breeze drifted out of the fan and blew onto Sui, who was drenched in sweat, immediately bringing him a refreshing feeling. Sui silently enjoyed it for a while, then suddenly waved his fist forcefully. Success! Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Seeing Sui walk in with the fan, everyone in the research room looked at him curiously. What's wrong with this guy today? Not only did he have a silly grin on his face, but he was also holding such a weird-looking iron lump in his arms. What did he want to do? Hey, Sui, what's this? Rem couldn't hold back his curiosity as he pointed at the fan in Sui's arms. It's... Sui thought about it and found that calling this thing an electric fan wasn't suitable. It's a magic fan. I made it when I was bored. Magic fan? The surrounding people were even more confused. Rem looked at the fan, but he couldn't feel any magic from it, so his heart was filled with curiosity. What is this thing used for? Sui laughed. He looked around before placing the magic fan on the table in front of Remington. Isn't it very hot these past few days, so I want to make this thing to cool off everyone. After saying this, Sui reached out to press the switch. Everyone in the research room was a magician, so naturally they could feel the flow of magic from the magic array inside the magic fan. But this flow of magic was very weak, so it could be seen that the magic array inside was a very low-level magic array. Everyone was surprised to find that the 3 strange leaf-like things inside this strange thing began to rotate, and they became faster and faster. Wah! There's wind. When Sui put down the magic fan, he was facing Rem, so naturally he could feel the wind coming from the magic fan. He instantly shouted out in surprise. So cool. Wind. The surrounding people saw Rem's magic robe begin to move like it was being blown by the wind, so they couldn't help coming over. When they came in front of the magic fan, everyone immediately felt the cool breeze. It was very hot today, and everyone was sweating a bit. Now that the wind was blowing, they immediately felt their bodies become cool. After enjoying it for a bit, everyone immediately asked Sui, Hey Sui, how did this thing move? Is it because of the magic array inside? That can't be right? The magic array is fine, but how did the magic array make this thing move? I've never heard of a magic array that had this effect. There must be something Su-yi research himself. Right, Su-yi? Research himself? Su-yi, you're actually this proficient in magic arrays? You can actually research a new magic array? That's right, Su-yi. You can actually research magic arrays yourself? Then why is your magic power still so low? These people asked for a while, but most of their questions revolve around Su-yi's magic power. There were only a few people who asked about the theory behind this magic fan. This was in line with the traditions of the signs. On the magic continent, magicians rarely cared about magic. Finally, it was Wella, who had been looking at the magic fan in deep thought, who asked the question. Su-yi, there should be a magic crystal inside, right? Otherwise, the magic array wouldn't be able to last this long, right? Su-yi pressed the switch and stopped the magic fan. He opened the back and took out the small magic crystal that was much dimmer because of the consumption of magic. Wella looked at the magic crystal that was around the size of a thumb in Su-yi's hand, and her eyes suddenly shrank. If I'm not wrong, this magic crystal shouldn't even be an intermediate-grade magic crystal, right? Su-yi spread his hand with a bitter smile. I don't have money to buy high-grade magic crystals. Wella nodded. She took the magic crystal from Su-yi's hand to look at it before pointing at the magic fan. Su-yi, can you open this magic fan and let me see the magic array inside? Su-yi shook his head with a smile. I can open it, but it's troublesome to reassemble it. Seeing the disappointed look on Wella's face, Su-yi then said, but it's very easy to see the magic array. I have the blueprint here. I can show it to you at any time. This. Wella hesitated a bit before suddenly making a decision. She pointed at the magic fan and said, how about you sell this magic fan to me? Everyone was stunned. Rim couldn't help saying, Wella, what are you buying this for? If you're interested in the magic array inside, didn't Su-yi say that he could show it to you at any time? Wella shook her head. This isn't the same. She ignored everyone's surprised gazes after saying this and looked at Su-yi as she seriously asked, give me a price. Su-yi saw the serious expression on Wella's face and felt a bit awkward in his heart. It seemed like this Wella was really obsessed with magic. Seeing this kind of novel thing, she immediately wanted to investigate it. But when it came to the price, if it was just the cost of the materials, the main cost of this magic fan was the structure, including the wooden base, the steel frame, and etc. The total cost was less than 30 silver coins. Other than that, adding in the cost of labor and the cost of hiring a blacksmith, the total cost didn't exceed 1 gold coin. But among these costs, the most important was the research cost. In order to develop the magic fan, Su-yi had spent half a month on it. He had spent almost all his free time on this, and just to develop the magic array, he had used over 100 pieces of paper. Not to mention changing the entire frame to make it fit perfectly with the magic array. This was Earth's mechanical engineering knowledge that far surpassed science, so the value of this was hard to estimate. Seeing that Su-yi was actually hesitating, Rim was instantly unhappy. He said with a frown, Hey Su-yi, this is just an iron frame. How much is it worth? Since Wella wants to buy it, why don't you sell it to her? Just give me a price. I'll pay it. Wella knit her brows as she looked at Rim, but she didn't say anything. Although she was very curious about this magic fan, she didn't think that this strange-looking thing was worth that much money. Who would have thought that Su-yi would think for a bit before raising 2 fingers? Since we're colleagues, if you really want to buy it, it'll be 2 gold coins. This price could be said that Su-yi had completely given up on the research cost and was treating this magic fan as a normal product. He wasn't worried that Wella would be able to study the mysteries of the magic fan after buying it. Perhaps she could easily see through the magic array, but she couldn't see through the modern technology behind this normal-looking magic fan no matter what. However, this price that Su-yi felt was very good in his heart made everyone's eyes pop out. 2 gold coins? Rim waved his arms exaggeratedly. Rim waved his hand in an exaggerated manner. I say, Su-yi, are you crazy? This is just a lump of iron. Although it's not bad that you can think of something like this, how can it be worth 2 gold coins? The surrounding people all agreed. They also felt that Su-yi's price was too exaggerated. Although Wella didn't say anything, Her deeply knit brows made her thoughts very clear. Sue gave a sigh, feeling a bit helpless. The people of this world didn't know anything about modern industry, so naturally they wouldn't understand the value. From Magician's point of view, the magic array inside the magic fan indeed wasn't worth 2 gold coins. As a high-level mechanical engineer from Earth, Sue, he had his own dignity. He definitely wouldn't allow the thing that he worked hard to develop to be sold for such a low price. So he could only shrug his shoulders. Since you can't accept this price, then forget it. Anyway, I just felt that the lab was very hot, so I brought it over for everyone to use. Everyone looked at Sue with strange gazes. This fellow, since he was willing to let everyone use it for free, why didn't he just do a favor and sell it to Wella at a low price? Wella hesitated a bit. When she wanted to keep persuading Sue, there was a clear voice that came from the lab door. 2 gold coins, I'll buy it. Chapter 4. There was a soft sound that came from the door. Great magician Camilla didn't even need to look up to know that it was his precious granddaughter Steele who came in. Other than her, there was no one else in the magic tower who dared to come in without knocking. Grandfather, I'm back. Steele's lively voice that was filled with youthfulness sounded in front of Camilla. Camilla looked up with a smile, lovingly looking at Steele standing in front of him. His eyes couldn't help moving from Steele's face to the strange shape. Iron thing she was holding? What is this? Great magician Camilla knit his brows. Great magician Camilla knit his brows. It's something fun that I just bought. It's called the magic fan. Take a look. Steele replied with a smile. She put the thing in her chest on the table in front of Camilla and pressed down on a protrusion in the middle of the base. Pada, with a soft sound, the 3-leaf-shaped things that Camilla thought were just decorations slowly began to turn. After a while, they began to move faster and released a gentle breeze. There is a magic array inside? As a 3-star great magician recognized by the Sorcerer's Guild, Camilla's magic power was far from what Rem and the others could compare to. When a magic fan was activated, he could already feel the most important thing from the magic fluctuations coming from the magic fan. That's right, grandfather. Don't you think this thing is very interesting? Steele asked. It is a bit interesting. Camilla reached out to press the base of the magic fan and instantly understood the magic array from the magic fluctuations, but then he shook his head. It's just a very simple revolving wind array. There's nothing strange about it. After saying this, he looked at Steele and said with a serious expression, Steele, properly study magic when you have free time. Don't waste your time on these random things. The reason why Camilla doted on his granddaughter, other than Steele's sweet appearance and filial piety to him, the most important thing was that Steele's magic talent was very high. 3 years ago, she had entered the highest magic academy in the signs that was famous in the Lampari Kingdom, the Lampuri Royal Academy. Moreover, she had passed the Sorcerer's Guild's certification exam last year, becoming an official magician recognized by the Sorcerer's Guild. She had this kind of achievement at the age of 19. She could be considered a genius magician in the signs. It was because of this that while Camilla doted on Steele, he was also strict with Steele's love for these little things. I know. Steele was already used to Camilla's attitude, so she wasn't afraid at all. She stuck out her tongue and quickly left. She was very clear that if she stayed here, she would definitely be scolded by Camilla. Seeing Steele run away, Camilla helplessly shook his head. For this granddaughter of his, he indeed didn't have any good methods to deal with her. After immersing himself in his magic research, Camilla suddenly had a flash of light in his mind. This isn't right. Camilla looked back at the magic fan that Steele had forgotten to take away. He placed a hand on it and slowly sent in a large amount of magic from his body. The base of the magic fan suddenly released a faint blue glow. The blades that had been steadily rotating began to wildly rotate several times faster than before, causing the entire magic fan to sway. After a while, the magic fan suddenly gave a strange creaking sound. The blades couldn't take the wild speed and directly left the shaft, slamming into the iron barrier. With the current high speed of the fan blades, they were naturally smashed into smithereens. Even the protective net was distorted by the impact. Only then did Camilla take back his hand with a confused look on his face. The reason why he suddenly wanted to investigate the magic fan was because he suddenly thought of something. The revolving wind array was only one of the lowest level wind magic arrays, so the revolving wind magic it created was also a low-level magic. Even if it was directly released, perhaps it was stronger than the wind created by the magic fan, but the wind created by the revolving wind magic definitely wouldn't be this stable. It should be as wild and unstable as most wind magic. But this magic fan had been here for over 10 minutes, and the blades had been rotating the entire time. The wind it released had been incomparably stable the entire time, not having any changes at all. How did you do this? Camilla knit his brows to think for a bit. He found that with his strength as a great magician, he actually couldn't think of how to do this. Looking at the twisted magic fan, Camilla waved his hand without any hesitation. The entire magic fan was cut open and the base of the fan was revealed. Camilla seriously looked at the magic array carved into the base, not letting a single thing go. But when he finished looking at the entire magic array, he was surprised to find that there were many parts that he couldn't understand. Perhaps he could perfectly copy the entire magic array, but why was the magic array like this? As for how it worked to stabilize the blades, he couldn't understand it at all. Camilla's heart was filled with questions. Just who designed this magic array? Hashtag. Hines looked at the scattered people on the street outside the store and then turned back to look at the magic fan that kept rotating on the table, blowing out cool winds. He couldn't help knitting his brows. Yesterday, that little magician called Sue, he had brought these 3 strange-looking magic fans over and wanted him to help sell them. He wanted to reject him at first. This kind of strange thing, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to sell it. But seeing that Sue normally came to his store to buy things, he agreed in the end. It was a good thing that Sue didn't say that he had to sell it. He just left the magic fan running like this and didn't care about it anymore. It had to be said, with this magic fan blowing out cool winds, Hines didn't feel as stuffy as before in this small store, so he felt much more comfortable. If I really can't sell it, I might as well buy it. Anyway, Sue said that a small piece of low-quality magic crystal can make it run for 3 days. Just as Hines was making plans in his heart, a tall figure walked into the shop. "Hey, dear Carl, why are you here so early today?" Hines immediately came forward to welcome him. This person was a regular customer of his store. This man named Carl had a head of long and messy brown hair, as well as a messy beard. He was tall and had a rough face. He waved his hand when he heard this and loudly said, "All right, Hines, stop wasting words. Quickly give me a cup of iced ale. I'm about to die from the heat." Hines laughed and quickly filled a cup with iced ale and handed it over. Carl drank a few large mouthfuls before spitting out a long mouthful. Suddenly, he gave a sound. "I say, Hines, why is your store much cooler than outside? Strange? Where is the wind coming from? There isn't any wind outside at all. Don't tell me that a stingy fellow like you is willing to arrange a magic array in your store. Even if I could arrange it, I wouldn't be able to use it." Hines pointed at the magic fan, working hard on the side. "Here, it's the wind blowing out from his magic fan." Magic fan. Carl curiously looked over the magic fan for a while, feeling the cool wind coming from the magic fan. He suddenly slapped the table and pointed at Hines as he shouted, "Good Hines, you actually didn't tell me about this good thing. Speak, how much is this thing? Don't tell me you're not selling it." Hines's eyes instantly lit up, and he purposely stretched out his voice in a mysterious manner. This thing isn't cheap." "What? You think I don't have money?" Carl's eyes popped out. "Quickly tell me, as long as it isn't too expensive, I'll buy it all. Let me tell you, if the weather keeps being this hot, I'm even planning on arranging a large-scale frost array." Hines laughed. Although Carl looked rough, he was very smart. Adding in the fact that he was willing to work hard, he had a small business. He couldn't be considered rich in Banna City, but he was definitely richer than normal people. If he was determined to arrange a large-scale frost array, it wouldn't be a problem. Of course, it isn't as expensive as a large-scale frost array. As for the price, Hines hesitated a bit before reaching out 2 fingers to Carl. 2 gold coins? Seeing Hines nod, Carl didn't say anything else. He took out 4 gold coins from his pocket and slapped them on the table. "It's this cheap, give me 2. Seeing the 4 gold coins on the table, Heinz was stunned. "You're certain you want 2? Carl rolled his eyes. "What? You don't even have 2 here? I can't just buy 1, right? If that brat at home doesn't have 1, wouldn't he cause trouble for me?" Yes, of course." Heinz quickly took out the remaining 2 magic fans and gave them to Carl. Seeing that Carl was about to leave with the things, Heinz suddenly thought of something and quickly called out to him. "Wait, Carl, there's something I forgot to tell you. This magic fan also requires magic crystals, otherwise it can't be moved. Why didn't you say it earlier?" Carl knit his brows. Even if he wasn't a magician, he knew that as long as it was related to magic, it would require magic crystals. Is this thing good at eating crystals? If it costs 100 gold coins a month like a large-scale frost array, I might as well directly arrange a large-scale frost array. Of course not. Heinz quickly waved his hand. This thing isn't that good at eating crystals. Look, this small piece of magic crystal is enough for it to blow for 3 days. Carl looked at the magic crystal in Heinz's hand that wasn't even as big as his thumb, and his mood immediately became better. He laughed. "Only this little bit, it's like not spending money at all." After saying this, he waved his hand at Heinz and left with the 2 magic fans. Heinz turned back to look at the 4 sparkling gold coins on the table, and he was a bit stunned for a while. He sold 2 of them just like that. Moreover, he sold them for 4 gold coins at once. What did that brat Sue say before? He said that he would receive a 10% dividend. This also meant that just by selling these 2 magic fans, he would receive a dividend of 40 silver coins. It had to be known that his store's net profit each day was only around 1 gold coin. Selling 2 and receiving a dividend of 40 silver coins, then if he sold 20 or even 200, while Heinz was fantasizing in his mind, another person came in. "Hey, Heinz, I bumped into Carl just now. I heard that you have a magic fan for sale. How about it? Take it out for me to see. If it's good, I'll also buy 2. Heinz was stunned. When he was about to say that he only had 1 left, another person came in. He actually said the same thing as the previous person. He also wanted to buy a magic fan. Heinz was surprised and pleasantly surprised to see more and more people coming in as his heart beat faster and faster. This time, could it be that he was going to be rich? Chapter 5. A total of 137. Sue, he had a headache as he looked at the order Heinz gave him. He didn't know if he should be happy or worried for a while. The hot sales of the magic fan didn't exceed his expectations. In this kind of hot weather, everyone hoped that there would be something that could cool them down. However, the large-scale frost array was too expensive for most people, so with the appearance of the magic fan, it satisfied their needs. Thinking about it, compared to the large-scale frost array that cost 30 gold coins and the monthly maintenance cost of over 100 gold coins, the magic fan that only needed 2 gold coins to purchase and didn't cost more than 1 gold coin a month was without a doubt much cheaper. Even if the effect of the magic fan couldn't compare to the large-scale frost array, as long as it could cool people down a bit, it would be enough to relieve the heat. But no matter what, Sue never would have thought that in just a single day, Heinz would receive a total of 137 magic fans. Moreover, according to what Heinz said, there were even more people who didn't have the determination to buy because they hadn't seen the real thing. Once there was enough magic fans, the sales volume would far surpass 137. Dear Sue, no matter what, you have to make 137 magic fans as soon as possible. This is related to our future reputation. If Heinz's attitude towards Sue before was considered normal politeness, now he was looking at Sue like he was looking at a mountain of gold. His voice was filled with a strong expectation and even a trace of flattery. Of course, if it's possible, you can make as many magic fans as you can. Believe me, there will be many people in Bana City who need this magic fan. Even if no one in Bana City wants it, I believe that there will be people in other cities who need it. Sue couldn't resist Heinz's fanaticism, but thinking of the 7 gold coins and silver coins Heinz had just given him, his heart was filled with passion. All right, I will do my best to complete it. But while it was easy to agree, it was very hard to actually do it. To complete the 137 magic fans, it was impossible to rely on just Sui alone. Even if he was very familiar with making magic fans, if Sui was alone, it would take him at least 3 hours of nonstop work to make a magic fan. Multiplying that by 137, that was an entire 411 hours, which would take him half a month. After sending Heinz off, Sui carefully considered it. He first went to the blacksmith shop that he had ordered the magic fan casings from before and placed an order for 200 casings before rushing back to the Carmilla Magic Tower. He took advantage of the lunch break to meet Heinz. When he returned to the research room, his colleagues happened to be there. In front of everyone's surprised gazes, Sui especially brought back a large bag of cold ale. When he came in front of Rem, he didn't reach out to take it. Rather, he asked with a frown, "Hey, Sui, just say it if you have something. My mom taught me that after eating something given to me by others, my mouth will become soft. If you don't say anything, I won't drink your ale." Hearing Rem say this, the colleagues who were prepared to take the ale all put it down and looked at Sui with curious gazes. Rem's reaction surprised Sui. He looked at Rem and revealed a smile. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he raised his voice and said, "Everyone, I do have something that I need everyone's help with. Of course, this ale is just a small gift. It doesn't count for anything. Everyone can relax and drink it. I didn't add any poison in it." Sui's relaxed words made everyone laugh. He immediately continued, "As for asking everyone to help, naturally there will be a reward. This can be considered a bit of extra income. I wonder if everyone is interested? How much is the reward? What is it? How long will it take? We'll be busy." Everyone was concerned about different things, but they were all very concerned about the reward. Helping great magician Camilla with his magic research. Although there was a monthly reward, it was fixed and not much. So when these colleagues knew that there would be a reward, they all cared about it. This job shouldn't be hard for everyone, and it won't take much time. As for the reward, it depends on how well you finish. The more you finish, the more you'll receive. The specifics are like this. When they heard Sui explain that they only needed to draw a simple revolving wind array, everyone let out a sigh of relief. For them, drawing a low-level revolving wind array didn't take much time and wasn't difficult at all. But when they heard Sui say that they would receive 10 silver coins for each revolving wind array they completed, everyone's enthusiasm surged. Even the silent Wella was a bit moved. According to what Sui said, this job was very simple. They just needed to draw several revolving wind arrays, and they would receive several gold coins. This really was easy and happy. After Sui finished explaining, of the 16 people in the lab other than Sui, 10 of them accepted this job. The ones that didn't accept included Rem and Wella, as well as the top-ranked magicians in the lab. Sui only gave a gentle smile to this and didn't say anything. He knew in his heart that these people didn't accept because they looked down on this job and even looked down on him. But this didn't affect him at all. Being able to convince 10 of his colleagues to help him was already out of his expectations. With the help of these 10 colleagues, not only would it not be a problem to complete the 137 magic fans order, they could even follow Heinz's ideas and produce an even higher number. #### in the following week, Sui could be considered very busy. On one hand, he had to strictly monitor the quality of the magic fan casing in the blacksmith shop. As a high-level mechanical engineer from Earth, Sui knew that when mass-producing, the most important thing was to unify the specifications of the products. However, in signs, the blacksmiths completely relied on their own experience and skills. They didn't strictly control the specifications at all, so naturally it was impossible to unify all the products. Sui didn't have a way to deal with this for now. He could only clearly mark it on the blueprint and strictly request the blacksmiths to follow the blueprint. On the other hand, he needed to personally teach his 10 colleagues how to draw the revolving wind array. In the beginning, those 10 colleagues didn't care about this at all. They thought that they didn't need Sui to teach them how to draw a trivial revolving wind array. They could casually draw it. But when Sui placed the modified revolving wind array in front of them, they found that this revolving wind array was much more complicated than they had imagined. There were many nodes and lines in the array that they couldn't understand at all. One of the colleagues didn't want to give up and made a rough drawing. However, when Sue combined the array with a magic fan casing, everyone found that the wind coming out of the magic fan was very weak, like there wasn't any wind at all. At this time, they obediently listened to Sue-Yi's arrangements and seriously learned how to draw the array. Other than putting in large amounts of effort in these two areas, Sue-Yi couldn't give up his work in the Carmilla Magic Tower. Hines had advised Sue-Yi before about this. With the sales prospects of the magic fan, Sue-Yi could give up his work in the magic tower. Just by cooperating with him to sell the magic fan, he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. So why did he need to make himself this busy? Sue-Yi just smiled and didn't reply to Hines about his reason for doing this. He just insisted on going to the magic tower to work every day. After a busy week, the work on the 200 magic fans was finally finished. Putting aside the 13 defective products that were produced for various reasons, there were a total of 487 magic fans that were produced. Not only did they complete 137 orders, they also sold an extra 350 magic fans. The small room Sue-Yi rented became a temporary workshop during this time. After finishing work in the magic tower each day, Sue-Yi and his 10 colleagues would come here to work hard on the magic fan arrays. The atmosphere in the workshop today was different from before. There was a bit of joy and joy. This was because after finishing the work on the 500 magic fans, Sue-Yi had given everyone their remuneration. Of the 10 colleagues, each person finished drawing an average of 50 magic arrays. According to the remuneration that Sue-Yi had set with them before, each person would receive 5 gold coins. This remuneration wasn't that much, strictly speaking, but for these low-grade magicians who normally didn't have many chances to earn money, this was a very solid income. Other than that, Sue-Yi had also given each of them a magic fan as a thank you. It had to be known that the magic fan was a hot-selling product in Bandit City, and normal people couldn't buy it even if they wanted to. In private, the magic fan that was set at 2 gold coins had been raised to 3 gold coins, which was an entire 50% increase. If they sold the magic fan that Sue-Yi gave them, that would be equal to an extra 3 gold coins. Seeing the excited faces of his young colleagues that were trying their best to hide it, Sue-Yi revealed a faint smile. He turned to look in the direction of Hines' store. Tomorrow was the day that Hines set for selling large amounts of magic fans. This time he had used the pre-order money for the 137 magic fans to make 500 magic fans. If the sales tomorrow were very good, he would definitely earn a large amount. But if an accident happened and the magic fans couldn't be sold, he would lose all of his hard-earned money. Success? Failure? He could only wait until tomorrow to see the results. Chapter 6. It was already the middle of July, the hottest time of the year. Even though it was still early in the morning, once the sun came out, the streets of Bandit City were still quite hot. Bandit City seemed like it was being baked by the scorching sun, and the entire city seemed weak. Not to mention the dense flow of people, there were very few sounds that came out. However, in the business street to the west of the city, it was a completely different scene. There were over 100 large and small stores on this business street, but there were already several hundred people that came in before the sun even came up. What was even more surprising was that these several hundred people were all gathered in front of one of the stores, like they had already made an appointment. Joseph, why are you also here? Nonsense. Why can't I come if you can? That's right, Ike. Are you also here to buy a magic fan? That's right. You said also? Could it be that you're also here to buy a magic fan? Of course. I paid the deposit a week ago. There were similar conversations that came from the crowd. Through chatting with each other, everyone found that the several hundred people waiting in front of this Hines General Store that normally didn't attract any attention were actually all here for the magic fan. Only a small portion of them had paid the deposit a week ago and were only here to pick up the goods today. The remaining several hundred people had heard about the magic fan from various sources and were rushing to buy it. I say, there are so many people here, what if the store doesn't have enough magic fans? A person suddenly asked this question. His question didn't matter, but the people that were chatting suddenly quieted down. After a while, It was like they had a tacit understanding as they all rushed to the door of the general store. "Stop pushing. I have to buy a magic fan today. Otherwise my wife will scold me to death." "Damn, you think that only your wife knows how to scold people? My wife has already said that if we don't have a magic fan tonight, she will bring my kid to sleep on the road." "All right, stop pushing. I've already paid the deposit." "Scram, why are those fellows that have already paid the deposit pushing with us?" He had already transported the 500 magic fans to Heinz's general store last night. He was currently counting the goods with Heinz when he suddenly heard the front of the general store become incomparably noisy. He looked at Heinz before coming to the front of the store. As soon as they opened the door, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. The black mass of people rushed into the store like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly filling up the small store. "Heinz, where's the magic fan I ordered?" "Hey, boss, I didn't make a reservation in advance, but I want to buy 2 now, no?" "3. Also me, Heinz, I am a regular customer of yours. You have to sell me 2 magic fans." F***CK. What's wrong with being a regular customer? If I give you money, you'll have to sell me something. I want one too. Why are you squeezing so much just to buy one? Stay behind me. The weather was already hot, and once the crowd came in, it became even hotter. Adding in the fact that this was Su Yi's first time facing this kind of situation, he was instantly covered in sweat. This was also Heinz's first time seeing such a crazy crowd. But it was a good thing that he had been running a general store for many years, so he was much better than Su Yi, who had always been in his lab. He quickly calmed his mind and loudly shouted, "Everyone, calm down. Calm down. We prepared 500 magic fans this time. We guarantee that you'll all be able to buy them." Hearing the number of 500, everyone calmed down a bit. But this calmness only lasted for a blink of an eye. Everyone instantly thought that there were several hundred people outside the general store. So even if each person only bought a single magic fan, it would barely be enough. But there were many people who revealed that they didn't just buy one. So like this, 500 wasn't enough. After thinking this through, the crowd became even crazier than before. Seeing this, Heinz knew that it was useless to say anything. He quickly looked at Su Yi and had him and his nephew Alex, who he had brought back 2 days ago, to move the goods from the backyard. A single magic fan weighed less than 3,000 grams, so Su Yi and Alex could move 10 of them together. However, as soon as these 10 were moved out, they were instantly snatched up by the crowd in the store. So the 2 of them could only return to the warehouse in the backyard. As Su Yi and Alex went back and forth between the warehouse and the store, the 487 magic fans that filled the warehouse quickly decreased. In the end, the people in the store were already impatient with waiting in the store. They simply followed Su Yi and Alex to the warehouse in the backyard. Heinz also changed the location of the transaction to the warehouse. So in less than an hour, all the magic fans in the warehouse were sold out. At this time, there were still over 100 people outside the store who hadn't bought any. Hearing that the magic fans were sold out, they were instantly disappointed. There were even some impatient people who couldn't help complaining. "You can't even prepare everything. What kind of broken store are you opening?" Faced with this unreasonable complaint, Su Yi and Heinz could only look at each other with bitter smiles. But in their bitter smiles, there was a clear sense of satisfaction and relaxation. They thought that it would take a long time to sell all 400 magic fans, but they never thought that they would be sold out in less than an hour. This really surprised the 2 of them. For the remaining 100 people who hadn't bought any magic fans, Heinz naturally wouldn't give up this easily. After receiving Su Yi's nod of approval, he immediately said that there would be large amounts of magic fans coming in. If everyone needed them, they could order them ahead of time. This time, no one hesitated at all as they placed their orders. After another half an hour, the crowd gradually dissipated and the general store finally regained its peace. After sending off the final customer, Heinz immediately pulled Su Yi into the inner room. Ding, ding, dang, dang. Heinz shook the money bag in his hand, and a large amount of gold coins fell down like water. After a while, there was a small mountain on the table in front of the 2 of them. Seeing the golden light coming from the small mountain, Heinz swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Too much. After a while, Heinz finally calmed his excited heart and counted them in front of Sui. They had sold a total of 487 magic fans today. According to the price of 2 gold coins per magic fan, it should be 974 gold coins. However, 137 magic fans had already been paid a gold coin deposit, and today was just to make up for the difference, so 137 gold coins were deducted. The total should be 857 gold coins. After Heinz counted them, the number wasn't wrong at all. Sui, we really struck it rich today. Even if he was already prepared for this number, when there were 800 gold coins in front of him, it still made Heinz feel a bit dizzy. When he opened this general store in Bana City, his annual income was only 300 gold coins. But now, in just a single morning, he had actually sold 800 gold coins. He simply didn't dare believe that this was true. Although Sui was much calmer than Heinz, he was also a bit excited in his heart. After coming to this world for 3 years, his life couldn't be considered rich. Even if he wasn't sensitive to money, now that he had this income, there was no doubt that would make him feel much more relaxed. The two of them were silent for a bit before Sui calmed himself down. He counted 400 gold coins from the pile and pushed it towards Heinz. Heinz was stunned. This isn't right? According to his agreement with Heinz, he should give Heinz 10% of the profits, which should be a total of 97 gold coins. Other than that, when making these 500 magic fans, Sui didn't have enough money to buy the materials. He had borrowed 200 gold coins from Heinz, so naturally he had to return all. In short, Sui should have given Heinz 300 gold coins, but now he had pushed 400, which naturally surprised Heinz. Sui revealed a faint smile. There's nothing wrong with it. This extra 100 gold coins is because I hope that you can help me rent a bigger space in the city, making it easier for me to make more magic fans. Otherwise, if you keep living in my house, there will be many inconveniences. Heinz gave a slight nod. The little room that Sui rented was only around 10 square meters, but there were many inconveniences. When Sui wanted to give Heinz a more specific request, Alex, who was guarding the store, suddenly charged in. Uncle Heinz, Mr. Sui, there's a big guest. Big guest. Sui and Heinz looked at each other in confusion. What's called a big guest? The two of them came to the store together and instantly understood what Alex meant by big guest. The person who came was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. However, there's a trace of shrewdness all over his body. When he squinted his small eyes to size people up, it was as if he was looking at a person, as if he was a commodity. 1,000. After seeing Heinz and Sui, this middle-aged man who called himself Lewis directly stated his purpose for coming. I want to order 1,000 magic fans. Chapter 7. 1,000. Heinz was speechless as he looked at Reeves in surprise. He never would have thought that this fellow would say such a large number in one breath. Reeves revealed a faint smile. What? I can't. Of course you can. Heinz wanted to agree, but he suddenly remembered that he didn't have the right to decide on this matter. He quickly looked over at Sui while looking at Sui, hoping that he would quickly agree. What a joke. 1,000 magic fans. According to the price of 2 gold coins, that would be 2,000 gold coins. According to the 10% dividend, he could earn 200 gold coins just from this business. But Heinz had another thought. If this Reeves directly went to Sui to place an order, he wouldn't be involved at all, so of course he wouldn't be able to get a dividend. Thinking of this, Heinz couldn't help worrying about his gains and losses. Seeing Heinz's reaction, Reeves instantly understood. The one with the right to decide should be Sui, this black-haired young man who didn't seem that remarkable. So he looked over at Sui. Sui was thinking about another matter. He slightly knit his brows, and after considering it for a bit, he shook his head in front of Heinz's expectant gaze. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't accept this order. Reeves and Heinz were both stunned. Reeves knit his brows and asked, Why? Could it be that you're afraid I can't pay? If it's like this, I can place a deposit right now. After saying this, he took out a light gold piece of paper that looked very special and handed it over. This is the Chimera Chamber of Commerce's golden banknote. It can be used in all signs. It's worth 1,000 gold coins. You can check it. Chimera Chamber of Commerce's golden banknote. Heinz couldn't help calling out in surprise. The Chimera Chamber of Commerce was the largest chamber of commerce in signs. It was said that they were supported by the royal family of the Kamla Empire, one of the two largest empires in the signs. They were extremely powerful, so the gold notes they issued could be used in signs. This middle-aged man was able to casually take out 1,000 gold coins worth of Chimera Chamber of Commerce gold notes. It could be seen that he must be extremely wealthy, far more than Heinz, a mere grocery store owner, could compare. That's not the reason. He was still indifferent. The main reason why I can't accept this order is because of me. This is because I can't guarantee that I can produce 1,000 magic fans in a short period of time. Even if I can barely finish it, I can't guarantee the quality. Quality? Reeves looked at Sue-E with some surprise. He seemed to have discovered something interesting, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Then, Mr. Sue-E, if I raise the price a bit, 2 gold coins and 10 silver coins per magic fan, what do you think? Heinz's heart skipped a beat. Increasing the price by 10 silver coins per magic fan, although it didn't sound like much, if it was multiplied by 1,000, it would be a full 100 gold coins. Not to mention that according to normal business rules, for a large order like Reeves, the seller would lower the price. Now that Reeves had taken the initiative to increase the price, it could be seen that he was sincere. However, Sue-E firmly shook his head. I'm sorry, this is not related to the price. The quality of mechanical products is very important, and if it can't be guaranteed, it can bring a disaster. This is something I'm not willing to see. Disaster? Reeves knit his brows, as if he didn't understand Sue-Yi's words. Sue-Yi revealed a smile, but he didn't plan on explaining anything. Accidents caused by quality problems were common on Earth. He didn't want this kind of problem to appear in signs. Perhaps he couldn't avoid all problems, but he would do his best. This was one of the basic principles of a mechanical engineer. Seeing that Sue-Yi was firm, Reeves gave a sigh and took back the gold bills. He took out another piece of paper that was of a different color, but also looked very special, and gave it to Sue-Yi. Mr. Sue-Yi, I'm very happy to meet you. This is my name card. Please accept it. Sue-Yi took the name card and looked over it. He found that there was only a name and a simple address on it. There wasn't any other information. This address was actually a place in the Lampari Kingdom's capital, Anvilmar City. As for where it was, Sue-Yi didn't know. Although he had lived in the Lampari Kingdom for 3 years, he had never been to Anvilmar City even once. If you ever change your mind, you can come find me at this address. Or if you have something as novel as the magic fan in the future, I hope that you can immediately think of me. I believe that we will have a chance to work together in the future. Although this Reeves was very astute, and Sue-Yi didn't like him that much, whether it was his words or actions, he didn't make people dislike him. So Sue-Yi nodded, showing that he understood. After Reeves left, Heinz took the name card from Sue-Yi's hand. After looking over it, he immediately shouted in surprise, "It's actually Sloane Street. My God, he must be a very important person." Oh, Sue-Yi looked at Heinz with a curious gaze. You don't know? Heinz was very surprised that Sue-Yi didn't know about Sloane Street. Sloane Street is where the large nobles of Anvilmar City live. For this Reeves to have you contact him there, he must be an important person living there. Sue-Yi revealed a smile, not caring at all. It didn't matter if this Reeves was an important person or not. It wasn't related to him right now. What he needed to care about right now was not this. Although selling the first batch of magic fans had brought him a net profit of 400 gold coins, which could be considered a fortune, this was only the first step. If he wanted to continue earning, there were still many things that needed to be done. The reason why he didn't accept Reeves' order was just like he said, he couldn't guarantee the production of the magic fans. Right now, the production process of the magic fans was done by him and his colleagues at the blacksmith shop. This was a very irregular production system, so there was a chance that it would affect production at any time. The biggest problem was the 10 colleagues in charge of drawing the magic array at the core of the magic fan. After working with Sue-Yi for a week, these 10 colleagues had tasted the sweetness. Sue-Yi was certain that as long as he continued to pay them, they would be very happy to help him draw the magic array. But this kind of cooperation was very unstable and could be broken at any time for various reasons. But when Sui took out the employment contract for them to sign, these 10 colleagues all rejected him without exception. Although they didn't say it, Sui was very clear that the reason why they rejected him was because of their pride as magicians. There was no problem in helping Sui draw the magic array. It could be considered extra income in their spare time. But if they signed a contract, they would become Sui's workers to them. For these proud magicians, this was a very hard thing to accept. Although the magic fan had the word magic and was related to magic, in the signs that didn't care about magic, this thing was no different from a normal product. Naturally, magicians wouldn't put it in their eyes. Other than this, Sui didn't feel assured about the blacksmith side. Even if Sui had drawn a very detailed blueprint when he made the magic fan's outer shell and had marked each part in detail, there was still a part of the outer shell that didn't meet Sui's requirements. If it wasn't for the fact that the requirements for the magic fan weren't that strict, Sui would have sent all these defective products back and had them remake them. Of course, Sui was very clear that he was being too demanding. As a high-level mechanical engineer from Earth, Sui was already used to the high-quality parts from Earth that didn't differ by a single millimeter. But this was the signs, a world where the mechanical industry was almost non-existent. If he wanted them to compare to the mechanical industry on Earth, that would be a fool's dream. AI, there's still a long way to go. Thinking of the problems he had to face, Sui couldn't help letting out a long sigh. The next day, Sui came to the magic tower to work as usual. Now Sui's position in the lab was completely different from before. Although his magic power hadn't increased, there were at least 10 colleagues who had worked with him and received quite a bit of remuneration from him. So naturally, they were much more friendly to him compared to before. When he walked into the lab, there were many people who greeted him. Sui replied to them with a smile. When he sat down in his seat, Wella suddenly came out from the side and slapped a magic array blueprint in front of Sui. Sui, I've already completely studied your magic array. Sui looked up in surprise and found that Wella's expression was a bit proud. He looked down at the magic array blueprint on the table and found that the magic array on the blueprint was the core of the magic fan, the revolving wind array. However, on this blueprint, Wella had made very detailed markings, and almost every node had been annotated. It was like Wella said, based on this blueprint, she had indeed thoroughly studied this magic array. Each note was very detailed and easy to understand. Even if it was someone who had just come into contact with magic, it was believed that after seeing this blueprint, they would understand the revolving wind array that Sui had modified like the back of their hand. Sui looked over it and felt his eyes light up. He suddenly looked up at Wella. Hey, Wella, you really are powerful. Wella gave a soft snort, feeling an indescribable pride. But it's just a low-level array. It isn't hard to study it. Sui laughed, not caring about the obvious loopholes in Wella's words. He raised the blueprint and asked, Can you sell this blueprint to me? Wella was stunned. What are you buying this for? Didn't you make this array yourself? Sui gave a shrug. I'm just honored that someone would make such detailed notes for this array, so I want to keep this blueprint. How about it? Sell it to me? Give me a price. Wella looked at Sui with a bit of surprise and then waved her hand. At least you know what's good for you. Forget it. I'm not a money grubber like you, selling a broken fan for 2 gold coins. This blueprint isn't worth much, so I'll give it to you. Sui gave a laugh. Then I'll thank you. After saying this, he put the blueprint in his chest without any hesitation. He really wanted to thank Wella. With this blueprint, it helped him solve a big problem. In the future, if he wanted to teach other people how to draw this magic array, he wouldn't need to teach them in detail. He only needed to let them look at this blueprint, and they would understand most of it. It really saved him a lot of effort. When he was about to start working, the door to the lab was suddenly pushed open and Steele quickly walked in. Her eyes looked around the lab and finally locked onto Sui. Sui, come with me. Grandfather wants to see you. Chapter 8. It had been close to 2 months since he came to the Carmilla Magic Tower, but this was Sui's first time entering the top floor of the Magic Tower. When he stepped into Great Magician Camilla's personal area, There was a refreshing chill that hit him. Sue, he couldn't help shivering and almost sneezing. It really isn't bad to have a large-scale frost array. Sue, he rubbed his nose and said to Steele, leading the way with a smile. What? Are you envious? Steele looked back at Sue, with eyes filled with curiosity. She was very surprised that Sue, had developed the magic fan, but she never thought that her grandfather would suddenly summon him. Adding in the impression that Sue, had given her on the first day, Steele was very interested in Sue. Of course I'm envious. Sue naturally replied. The seniors in the lab have said it countless times in private. If they could arrange a large-scale frost array in the lab, everyone's work efficiency would increase by several times. Steele giggled before shaking her hand and saying, That won't do. Grandfather is a famous pauper. He doesn't have the money to arrange a large-scale frost array in each lab. Even the array here is only used on the hottest days. It's just a decoration normally. Sue, he had some understanding of this, but he was still very curious. Young Miss Steele, this isn't right? No matter what, His Excellency Camilla is still a 3-star great magician. Not mentioning anything else, just the fixed investment the kingdom gives him each year isn't small. So why would he be poor? Because there are more places to spend money. Steele gave a shrug with a helpless look. You only know that grandfather is a great magician and receives a special salary from the kingdom, but you don't know that studying magic, especially high-level magic like grandfather, costs a lot. He spends most of his money on magic materials each year, and the rest is needed to maintain the magic tower's daily expenses, so it's actually very tight. It's like this. But I've heard that other great magicians are very rich. Are you trying to say that Grandpa doesn't have the ability to make money? Steele rolled her eyes at Sue. I'm telling you, you can't mention this in front of Grandpa, or he'll be very angry. No. Of course I don't think so. I've only heard that Her Excellency Camilla has always been against mages focusing on making money. Can't help it. Grandpa is that stubborn. Steele sighed. I've tried to persuade him a few times, but he always says that mages should focus their energy on magic research and not think about earning money all day long. It's a shame to be a mage. Sue nodded and said no more. Great magician Camilla's attitude made him think of the scholars on Earth who were focused on research. They also looked down on business and felt that academic research with the smell of money would change because of this. Sue didn't appreciate this kind of attitude. Even if the smell of business was too strong and would have a large effect on academic research, with the investment of business and the increase in research funds, it would greatly improve the research environment and conditions. It would greatly increase the speed and efficiency of academic research. There is no lack of examples on Earth of the perfect combination of academic research and business. The two promoted each other, and the effect was much better than just burying oneself in research. Moreover, in the mechanical engineering industry that Sue was in, it was a science that was very close to practical applications. If it couldn't have commercial value in practical applications, it would be considered a failure. We're here. Steele opened the door and gestured for Sue to enter. Go in, Grandpa is waiting. Sue tidied up his clothes and walked in with his head held high. Great magician Camilla's private laboratory took up the entire top floor of the magic tower, so it was very spacious. It was 4 or 5 times bigger than the laboratory Sue was in. The ceiling of the laboratory was very high, with the top being over 5 meters from the ground. Looking around, this place was around the same size as a small basketball court. There was a large table in the center of the room, and there was an old man with dark brown hair, wearing a dark blue robe behind the table, immersed in magic research. This should be Great Magician Camilla. Hearing the sound of someone coming in, Great Magician Camilla looked up. After seeing Sue, he looked over him for a bit before nodding and lowering his head to continue his research. Sue was not surprised by this. He had already heard that Great Magician Camilla was obsessed with magic research, so he must be immersed in a problem and wasn't willing to interrupt him. Taking advantage of this time, Sue carefully looked around the laboratory. The laboratory was much more tidy than he imagined. There were all kinds of strange magic materials placed against the wall, but Great Magician Camilla's table was a bit more messy. There were all kinds of strange marks on the ground and walls, which should have been left behind by great magician Camilla when he was experimenting. There were many deep marks, so it could be seen that the situation back then was very dangerous. Su Yi's eyes suddenly stopped at a corner. There was a piece of scrap iron there, but Su Yi could easily tell from the scrap iron that this scrap iron should be the first magic fan he made that steel bought. Based on the broken appearance of this magic fan, it should have been destroyed by someone. As for the person who destroyed it, Su Yi's eyes turned back to great magician Camilla as he felt a bit strange. Could it be that great magician Camilla is also interested in this magic fan? But the level of magic in this thing is so low, he shouldn't put it in his eyes, right? Not long after, great magician Camilla seemed to have finished his research. He stretched his back and stood up. After seeing Su Yi, great magician Camilla was a bit surprised, like he had forgotten about Su Yi. After pausing for a bit, he nodded at Su Yi. "You are Su Yi, right?" Su Yi quickly gave a respectful bow. "It is me, honorable great magician." Great magician Camilla waved his hand. "No need to be this nervous. I'd still find you to ask you a few questions. Please ask, your excellency. As long as I know, I will answer with all my heart." "All right." Great magician Camilla looked around before coming to the corner to pick up the scrap iron that Su Yi had just seen. "I've heard Steele say that this thing was made by you." "This?" Su Yi looked at the magic fan that he couldn't see its original appearance and awkwardly replied, "When I gave it to young Miss Steele, it wasn't like this. Don't blame Steele. I wanted to do some research, so I made it like this." Great magician Camilla casually threw the magic fan to the side and flipped through the table for a bit before taking out a blueprint. "Here, I came looking for you mainly because I'm interested in the magic array you engraved on this magic fan. There are some parts that I don't understand, so I hope that you can explain it to me." Su Yi was instantly filled with respect for great magician Camilla. With his status as a 3-star great magician, he actually said that there were some parts that he didn't understand in front of a fellow like him who hadn't even passed the Sorcerer's Guild certification exam. It could be seen that he was very serious about magic. "Your Excellency Camilla is too polite. I think that there is nothing in this magic array that a great magician like you can't understand. What you can't understand should be unrelated to magic, right?" Great magician Camilla was silent for a bit before shaking his head. "It's fine if it's unrelated, but can't be completely unrelated. Come, take a look here." Great magician Camilla reached out to point at a certain spot on the magic array. "I can understand that the changes you made here will reduce the effect of the magic array, but I don't understand why you did this. Could it be that you don't want the magic array to become stronger?" Su Yi looked over and immediately replied with a smile. "You're completely right. This change will indeed reduce the power of the magic array. However, Your Excellency, this magic array is mainly used to power the magic fan. It doesn't need to have such a strong effect at all." Great magician Camilla shook his head. "This isn't right. I've tried your magic fan, and although the wind it blows out isn't small, have you ever thought that there might be times when you need stronger wind? For example, look at how big my room is. If there's only a single magic fan, it can only blow in a very small area. It can't satisfy my requirements at all." Su Yi spread his hand with a bitter smile. "Your Excellency Camilla, actually when I was designing the magic fan, I considered this problem, but because of the material of the magic fan, the blades can only withstand this high speed for now. If the power of the magic array is increased, the speed of the blades can be increased, but the magic fan itself won't be able to take it and will break soon. It's like this." Great magician Camilla suddenly thought of the first time he injected magic into the magic fan. At that time, the blades of the magic fan had been violently rotating and it couldn't take it for long, turning the magic fan into scrap iron. Because of this, Steele had complained to him for a long time. "All right, let's put aside this problem. Then what is going on here?" "Oh, here. This is to ensure that the power of the magic array is maintained in a small range, so the wind blown out by the magic fan won't be too unstable." "Then what about here?" "This place has to be considered with the overall design of the magic fan. Look, this is the connection between the magic array and the magic fan. If it wasn't designed like this, the output of the magic array would be greatly affected and it would waste magic crystals. Very good. There's also this place. Chapter 9. The meeting with great magician Camilla took longer than Sue expected. Around the magic array of the magic fan, great magician Camilla asked many questions. In order to obtain great magician Camilla's favor, Sue had to answer each question in detail. But many of great magician Camilla's questions weren't related to the magic array itself. After all, this revolving wind array was only a low-level wind magic array. Even if Sue changed it, it was impossible for a great magician like Camilla to not understand it. The reason why he had these questions was mostly because he didn't understand the overall design of the magic fan. As for the problems related to the design, there was a lot of mechanical engineering knowledge involved. This knowledge had never appeared in signs before, so it was very troublesome for Sue to explain to great magician Camilla. Sometimes he had to start from the very beginning. But it was because of this that when Sue finished explaining these problems to great magician Camilla unexpectedly praised him. I thought that this magic fan was something you casually designed, but I never thought that there would be such a wealth of knowledge in it. Moreover, even if you don't mention the things that I don't understand, just based on this magic array itself, I feel that your talent in magic is very high. After saying this, great magician Camilla paused as he looked at Sue with a bit of expectation. Sue, I feel that you're quite good. How about it? Are you interested in coming under me to help me with my magic research? Sue was stunned at that moment. Help great magician Camilla with his magic research? According to the traditions of signs, this was equal to great magician Camilla wanting to take Sue as his apprentice. If it was any other magician, they would be wild with joy and agree without any hesitation. Camilla was a top 3-star great magician in signs. Being able to become his apprentice was the dream of many young magicians. If the other magicians in the magic tower knew about this, they would be jealous of Sue to death from the bottom of their hearts. However, after Sue thought about it, he didn't immediately agree and just let him consider it. Great magician Camilla was clearly a bit surprised and disappointed, but he didn't force Sue to immediately agree. He waved his hand to let him leave. After leaving the top floor of the magic tower and being hit by the heat wave, Sue was instantly covered in sweat, but he also calmed down at the same time. Become great magician Camilla's apprentice? If it was 2 months ago, or even 1 month ago, he would have agreed without hesitation. But now, he realized that he wasn't really interested in this proposal. Why am I suddenly not moved? Sue knit his brows as he asked himself this. After many thoughts passed through his mind, a familiar item appeared in his mind, the magic fan. That's right, it's the magic fan. This thing that combined magic and mechanical technology from Earth made Sue completely immerse himself in it during this time. When he was doing this research, it made him feel like he had returned to the research lab on Earth. Sue didn't feel anything at first, but thinking about it now, he found that it was all because of the mechanical engineer's soul inside him. That's right, he had loved machines since he was young. In the previous world, he had completely devoted himself to the mechanical industry. Even if he couldn't display his love and talent after coming to this magic world, forcing him to study magic, his heart hadn't changed. Now that he had experienced the joy of studying the mechanical industry through the magic fan, how could he be willing to give it up? Right, I want to study the mechanical industry in this magic world. I want to completely combine magic and the mechanical industry. Not only the fan, but also the air conditioner and the refrigerator, even the ship and the plane. I want to create a complete industrial system on the continent. I want to create a magic machine empire here. Thinking of this, Sue suddenly felt his mind become clear and his body was filled with energy. He understood that this was because after spending 3 years in this world in a daze, he had finally set his goal. This goal was very far and could even be considered vague, but as long as there was a goal, there would be motivation. As for the difficulty, it was something that could be overcome. Sue quickly returned to the lab, and what welcomed him were gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and doubt. His colleagues couldn't understand at all why this newcomer, who had been in the magic tower for less than 2 months, would suddenly be summoned by great magician Camilla. It had to be known that they rarely saw great magician Camilla, not to mention being summoned by him. So he didn't care about the strange gazes of his colleagues, but now that he had a goal in his heart, he didn't care at all. He had a faint smile on his face as he easily returned to his seat. Even if he wasn't planning on becoming great magician Camilla's apprentice, he wasn't planning on leaving the magic tower immediately. If he wanted to do something in Bandit City that was related to magic, it was necessary to maintain a good relationship with great magician Camilla. He wasn't stupid enough to cut off this relationship. ####, 3 kilometers to the west of Bandit City, there was a small manor that was less than 10,000 square meters. Although this manor wasn't very big, it was very famous in Bandit City because it was the only magic academy in Bandit City, the Baron Richter Magic Academy. As the only magic academy in Bandit City, the Baron Richter Magic Academy could be said to have gathered all the children with magic talent in and around Bandit City. For these children who wanted to become powerful magicians, studying here was very important. It could even make them forget to eat and sleep. According to convention, other than studying basic magic theory, the students also needed to learn some knowledge related to magic arrays. Only when it was time to learn magic arrays today, the teacher in charge of teaching magic arrays in the 2nd grade 4th class surprised the students by taking out a strange-looking iron tool. Isn't that the magic fan? Some of the sharp-eyed students immediately recognized it. The magic fan had been selling well in Bandit City these past few days. This kind of thing that wasn't considered expensive and had a low cost, as well as being able to cool people down, was welcomed by everyone. The families of the Baron Richter Magic Academy students weren't bad, and there were quite a few people who had bought the magic fan as soon as possible, so naturally they could easily recognize it. But recognizing the magic fan wasn't a big deal. But why did the teacher take it out in class? Students, today's main lesson is to study this magic fan. Accurately speaking, it's to study the magic array inside the magic fan. The teacher quickly gave an answer to the students. Che, it's just something that commoners use. What value is there in studying it? Teacher, could it be that you took out the wrong one? The one who said this was a youth around 16, 17 years old who was a bit fat. This youth was called Oren Zedeman, the 2nd son of Banta City's Viscount Zedeman. He had the best family in the 2nd grade 4th class, and it said that there was a large-scale frost array in each room, so naturally he didn't care about the magic fan. Hearing Oren's words, the teacher's face sunk, and he said in a serious voice, "Oren, you can look down on this magic fan, but as a magician, you can't look down on the magic array inside the magic fan. I can responsibly tell you that the magic array in this magic fan is very exquisite. It is not something a normal magician can design. I can even boldly guess that the magician who designed this magic array is very likely at the great magician level." It can't be, right? Great magician? That's right. How could a great magician do this? Our Banta City only has His Excellency Camilla as a great magician, right? Didn't he never like to associate magic with merchants? Perhaps he changed his mind? After the students were noisy for a bit, they understood the teacher's meaning. Whether the magic array inside was designed by a great magician or not, there was no doubt that the level of magic contained in this magic array was much higher than they had imagined. Since it was like this, it was natural for the teacher to let them properly study it. When the teacher opened the magic fan and revealed the magic array in the base for the students to study, the students were even more shocked. As 2nd-year students of the Baron Richter Magic Academy, they were no longer beginners who didn't know anything about magic. Naturally, they could see the shocking level of magic contained in this magic array. Although many students could tell that this was a variation of the revolving wind array, there wasn't a single student that could understand it. There were even many students who couldn't understand how this magic array was maintained and operated, not to mention how this magic fan could be operated by relying on this magic array. It had to be known there were several magical geniuses in the 2nd grade 4th class. They were even known as the most talented class in the history of the Baron Richter Magic Academy. The more these arrogant young men and women studied this magic array, the more they felt that this magic array was filled with mysteries. Naturally, they were filled with admiration for the magician who designed this magic array. Only they didn't know that the magician they were secretly admiring in their hearts wasn't that far away from them at this moment. In the student management office of the Baron Richter Magic Academy, Director Shearer looked at the uninvited guest in front of him with knitted brows. Only then did he confirm that he was great magician Camilla's subordinate from the black robe he was wearing. "Young man, what did you come here for? Or did great magician Camilla send you here?" "No, this isn't related to great magician Camilla. This is my personal matter." He shook his head with a smile. "Personal matter? What is it?" "It's not a troublesome matter. I came here to hire some students to work for me." Shearer's face sunk. "This is a magic academy, not a mercenary academy. You've come to the wrong place." He didn't move as he said with a faint smile. "Then Director Shearer, what if the job I'm talking about can not only give the students a reward, it can also help them raise their magic level?" Shearer was stunned. "Are you joking? How could there be such a good job?" "Of course there is." He revealed a smile. "If you don't mind, I can slowly explain it to you." Chapter 10. A horse carriage slowly drove out of Banda City's west gate and gradually sped up, quickly heading to the western suburbs of Banda City. And Hines were sitting across from each other in the carriage. Hines was holding a rough map of Banda City in his hand and was currently explaining something to "Look, this is Viscount Leslie's territory. It should be close to 1,000 hectares. Over half of it is uncultivated land, and Viscount Leslie has promised us that we can choose a piece of uncultivated land to rent." He only looked over the map before reaching out to point at it. "There's no need to pick. It's here." "Here?" Hines looked at the place he pointed out, and after thinking about it, he said with knit brows, "This place isn't that close to Banda City, and there isn't anything nearby, so it might not be convenient to live here." He gave a shrug and said with a faint smile, "It's better if there isn't anything here. It's more convenient for us to plan. You have to know, drawing on a blank piece of paper is much easier than drawing on a piece of paper covered in drawings. But like this, the cost will be higher than expected." Hines still knit his brows. "The initial investment is necessary." He nodded and drew another circle on the map. "Actually, if possible, I even want to rent this large piece of uncultivated land." "This large piece?" Hines said in a stunned voice. "That won't do. Just renting a hectare of land means that we have to pay Viscount Leslie 100 gold coins each year. If we rent such a large piece, not to mention over 10,000 gold coins a year, it would still cost several thousand gold coins. Then again, we only need a small workshop right now. How could we need such a large piece of land?" He revealed a faint smile. "Hines, could it be that you're satisfied with just opening a small magic fan factory?" Hines looked at in astonishment. Could it be that this guy had even greater ambitions? Just yesterday, had found Hines and told him that he didn't need to worry about finding a suitable place to rent in Banda City, because he had his eyes on an empty piece of land on the outskirts of the city. He was planning to build a factory there and focus on producing magic fans. During this time, he had Hines's nephew Alex help him with a small market survey. According to the results of the survey, he estimated that the demand for magic fans in Banda City was between 3,000 to 5,000 units, and there were less than 500 units sold. This meant that there was still a large market for several thousand units. Moreover, this number was only limited to Banda City. Even if the conditions of the families in the villages outside Banda City couldn't compare to Banda City, they would still have a certain demand for magic fans. If the range of Banda City was included, he boldly estimated that there would be over 10,000 magic fans required. It was because of this number that was determined to increase production. If he wanted to increase production, renting a warehouse in Banda City was too limited. So aimed at the outskirts of the city and prepared to build a magic fan factory. After some research, he finally set his eyes on the territory that belonged to Viscount Leslie in Banda City. Of course, to increase production. Other than the location, the most important thing was people. Sui looked down at the stack of materials in his hand, and his lips curled into a smile. Half of this stack of materials were 30 sets of personal information, and the other half were 30 contracts. These things were the harvest of his trip to the Baron Richter Magic Academy. After his hard work, Director Shearer finally allowed Sui to recruit students from the Baron Richter Magic Academy to work for him. However, Director Shearer didn't openly support this. He just didn't oppose it. Then Sui worked hard in the school and finally recruited 30 students that met his requirements. The level of magic of these students wasn't high. At least not a single one of them could compare to Sui. However, as students of Baron Richter Magic Academy, they had a solid foundation in the basics of magic arrays, and they had a certain amount of experience when it came to creating magic arrays. As for the revolving wind array inside the magic fan, even if it had been specially modified by Sui and was rather complicated, it was still a low-level wind array in the end, so it wasn't that hard to draw. When Sui recruited these students, the only thing he wanted them to do was draw magic arrays. Although this was a simple and boring job, it required a certain level of magic power. When making the 500 magic fans, Sui had asked his colleagues in the lab to help him. However, he was preparing to produce close to 10,000 magic fans, so it was impossible to rely on just 10 colleagues. Compared to this, hiring these 30 students was much more suitable than finding those 10 colleagues. First, these 30 students weren't as reserved as the 10 colleagues. They didn't hesitate to sign a contract with Sui, creating a clear employment relationship between them and Sui. This allowed Sui to not worry that it would affect the production. Next, after Sui asked the 10 colleagues to help him make the 500 magic fans, he paid each of them 5 gold coins and a magic fan as a reward. As for the 30 students, he had already discussed this with them. After each of them finished drawing the magic array for a magic fan, he would pay them 2 silver coins as a reward. The cost could be said to be greatly reduced. Actually, when Sui gave them this pay, he was a bit worried that these students would think it was too low. But he never thought that after the students heard this pay, they would all be very excited. They even kept praising Sui for his generosity. The final and most important point was that compared to his colleagues in the lab, these students who were still studying at the Magic Academy hadn't formed a fixed mindset yet. They didn't have that many prejudices when it came to using magic. On them, Sui could instill his mechanical engineering knowledge from Earth into them and let them learn from the beginning. If there were a few students who had talent for magic machines, that would be a valuable asset. If there were more and more magicians like this in the future, then Sui's idea of creating a complete industrial system in the signs would no longer be just a dream. The horse carriage suddenly jolted, and Sui was jolted out of his seat, instantly interrupting his thoughts of the future. "We're almost there," Heinz on the side reminded him. Sui opened the curtains and looked out. He found that the horse carriage had already left the large road that led west from Bana City and was on a bumpy dirt road that wasn't smooth at all. Feeling the intense tremors from the carriage, Sui couldn't help knitting his brows. "This road is too bad," Heinz said with a bitter smile. "Of course, this is a wasteland that no one has opened yet. It's already not bad to have a small road that can allow horse carriages to pass through. This won't do. Heinz, how much would it cost if I were to build a flat road from the place we have marked out to the road just now?" "Build a road?" Heinz was surprised. He looked down at the map before replying with a bitter smile. "This isn't cheap. Even if it's just the simplest of repairs, I'm afraid it'll cost hundreds of gold coins." After pausing, he couldn't help saying, "Actually, although this road is a bit bumpy, it's enough for horse carriages to pass through. We don't need to spend money to build a new road, right?" Sui shook his head. "No, this road must be built. The magic fan itself doesn't have a high craftsmanship, so perhaps it doesn't have a high requirement for transportation, but our future products will become more and more precise. With this road, it's very easy for problems to occur during transportation." Heinz curled his lips. He found that he didn't understand what Sui meant by craftsmanship, follow-up, and precision, so he couldn't keep persuading him. But this matter was led by Sui. so he didn't have the right to decide. So he gave up on persuading him after thinking about it. The horse carriage continued to jolt on this road for a bit before slowly coming to a stop. Sue, E, and Hines jumped out of the horse carriage. Looking around, they found that this place really was desolate. Other than the surrounding weeds, they couldn't see anything else. Seeing this desolate appearance, Hines couldn't help being a bit disappointed. Sue, E, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at all. On Earth, he had gone to countless industrial areas that had yet to be developed, and those industrial areas were several times more desolate than this place. After they were developed, it wouldn't take long for them to become a bustling area. Although this place was very desolate right now, he believed that as long as he kept investing, this place would become bustling sooner or later. May I ask if you're Mr. Sue, E, and Mr. Hines? A small and thin old man appeared out of nowhere. Hello, Butler Brunei. I am Hines, and this is my partner, Sue. Hines quickly came forward to greet him. Sue, E, this is Viscount Leslie's butler, Mr. Brunei. Sue, E looked over this ugly-looking old man and gave him a bow. Brunei rolled his eyes that had more white than black. After looking over Sue, E for a while, he nodded and said, "All right, since you're here, then take a good look." Sir Viscount said that although he didn't plan on developing this place, since it is his territory, he can't just give it to others to use. No matter what you want to do on this land, you have to inform Sir Viscount first. Do you understand? Looking at Brunei's arrogant appearance, Sue E couldn't help feeling angry and finding it funny. If this was on Earth, the owner of the land would be overjoyed if a developer like him was willing to pay to rent this wasteland. If this was Signs, Viscount Leslie had already taken his money, and this butler Brunei still had this arrogant appearance. It was like this land wasn't rented by Sue E, but rather was given to him by Viscount Leslie. Sue E naturally didn't reveal anything on his face. He just nodded to show he understood and then went to look around. Sue E was very satisfied with the results of his inspection. The geology of this land was very good, and the terrain was very flat, making it very suitable for building a factory. The most important thing was that there was a 10-meter wide river beside this land, and there was a small forest on the other side. Whether it was materials or water, it was very convenient. The only problem was that the transportation wasn't very convenient. Of course, this was also considered by Sue E. Building roads to ensure transportation was the most important thing for building a factory. Chapter 11. A hectare of land wasn't too big, and Sue E spent less than an hour to finish inspecting it. After returning to Butler Brunei, Sue E took out a document from his bag and handed it over. Butler Brunei, this is the land plan for the first year we are renting. You can take it back and let the Viscount look it over. If the Viscount has anything he is dissatisfied with, he can let us know. We can make the appropriate changes according to the Viscount's suggestions. Sue E was very respectful on the surface. He was very clear that the current society of the Signs continent was a half-serf and half-feudal society, which was very different from Earth. If he wanted to do something on the continent, there were some rules that he had to follow. Sure enough, seeing Sue Yi's respectful attitude, Butler Brunei's expression softened a little. He took Sue Yi's plan and nodded. Okay, I will take it back and let the Viscount look it over. Actually, you don't need to be too nervous. The Viscount is very generous. As long as you don't do anything that makes him unhappy, the Viscount will not interfere with what you do under normal circumstances. Then I have to thank Butler Brunei for your kind words. The atmosphere of the conversation improved, and things went smoothly. Butler Brunei only glanced at the plan a few times before taking out a lease contract for Sue E to sign. After Sue E signed his name, Butler Brunei finally smiled and extended his hand to Sue E. Very good, Mr. Sue E. Now this land belongs to you for a year. I hope you will cherish the opportunity the Viscount has given you. Of course. The three of them exchanged a few more words. Sue E was about to leave with Hines when a mournful scream suddenly came from afar. The three of them were stunned, and they all looked towards the direction of the scream. Another scream came, and at the same time, a loud cry and the sound of a whip being whipped floated along with the wind. Let's go take a look. So he didn't have time to think. He lifted his foot and ran in the direction of the sound. Hines hesitated for a moment before looking at Butler Brunei. Butler Brunei, from the sound of it, we should still be in Lord Viscount's territory, right? Butler Brunei narrowed his small eyes and looked in the direction of the sound for a while. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go take a look." The closer they got, the clearer the sounds became. The sound of the leather whips in the air made people shudder, accompanied by mournful cries and screams. People couldn't help but feel distressed. He was much younger than Butler Brunei and Hines. In addition, he had set out first, so it didn't take long for him to arrive at the place where the sound came from. When he looked up, he was immediately filled with rage. On a piece of wasteland, 3 burly men were surrounding a thin and weak child who didn't seem to be more than 14 or 15 years old. Each of them held a whip and kept whipping the child. At this time, the whip had already left countless bloody marks on the child's body. There were even some places where his flesh was flipped open. He looked incomparably miserable. He could still make pitiful cries at first, but now he couldn't even make a sound. He didn't even have the strength to roll around. He could only keep twitching as the whips whipped him. "Stop!" He angrily roared and charged out without even thinking. "Do you want to beat him to death?" The 3 burly men clearly didn't expect someone to suddenly charge out from the side. They looked at Sue-E in surprise, and it was probably because of the magic robe that Sue-E was wearing that made them hesitate, so they couldn't help stopping. But when Sue-E wanted to squat down to help the child up, he was stopped by one of the burly men. "Hey, what are you doing?" "We are teaching a servant a lesson. No matter who you are, you don't have the qualifications to interfere," the burly man shouted. "Servant." He looked at the child on the ground in surprise. He thought that this was Viscount Leslie's territory. Then this child? He is a servant of Viscount Leslie's family? The burly man looked at Sue-E in surprise. "Since you know the Lord Viscount, then you shouldn't meddle in other people's business. Let me tell you, this little bastard actually lost the Lord Viscount's cattle. Beating him to death is already letting him off easy." "Cattle?" He knit his brows and angrily said, "It's just losing a cattle. Do you want his life?" "What do you know?" the burly man said. "In less than 2 months, it will be the autumn harvest, and this little bastard lost a cattle at this time. This will have a large effect on the autumn harvest. Then again, do you know how much a cattle is worth? 40 gold coins. Even if this little bastard was sold, he wouldn't be able to sell for half a gold coin. Don't you think this is letting him off easy? You can't beat him to death, right? Even if you beat him to death, the cattle won't come back." "Nonsense. Of course we know. This is punishment. Do you understand punishment? If we don't punish this fellow, and other fellows are like this, then how will the Lord Viscount's field be planted?" He knit his brows. He knew that reasoning with them wouldn't work. Moreover, the signs didn't have any protection for slaves, so he really didn't have the qualifications to stop them from doing this. Thinking of this, he turned around and saw Butler Brunei and Hines's voices not far behind him, calming him down. The 3 burly men followed Sue-Yi's gaze and naturally saw Butler Brunei as the guards of Viscount Leslie's manor. Of course, they recognized Butler Brunei, who was trusted by Viscount Leslie. After being stunned, they quickly went over to greet him. After a while, Butler Brunei and Hines also came over. Looking over the situation, they already understood what was going on. "Mr. Sue-E, this is our family's private matter, so I ask you not to interfere." Butler Brunei's tone was very calm, but there was a decisiveness in his voice that didn't allow Sue-E to refuse. Sue-E deeply knit his brows. He knew that according to the rules of the signs, he didn't have any reason or qualifications to interfere. But to let him watch a child being beaten to death, that was something he couldn't accept no matter what. He looked at Hines for help, but he found that Hines was shaking his head, clearly not agreeing with him interfering. Seeing that the 3 men were about to lash out with their whips, Sue-Yi's heart was filled with worry. Suddenly, he had an idea and shouted, "Wait a minute. Butler Brunei, can I buy him?" "Buy?" Butler Brunei was stunned and then deeply knit his brows. I already told you that this is our family's private matter. Do you really want to interfere? No, 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 I didn't mean that. He quickly waved his hand. I just suddenly remembered that it isn't convenient for me to live alone. I already wanted to buy a slave to serve me, but I never found one suitable. Now that this slave belongs to the Lord Viscount, I'll take this chance to ask for a favor. I asked the Lord Viscount to sell him to me. How about it? I believe that with the Lord Viscount's trust in Butler Brunei, you can make the decision for a trivial slave, right? Butler Brunei's face sunk, and when he was about to reject, he suddenly charged over and grabbed his shoulder. This sudden action made Butler Brunei's brows couldn't help raising. When he was about to fly into a rage, he heard whisper in his ear, 10% shares. Lord Butler, as long as you agree to sell this slave to me, I will give 10% of the shares of the Magic Fan Factory to the Lord Viscount. What do you think? Butler Brunei looked at in a daze and found that Sui's expression was very serious, not seeming like he was joking at all. He couldn't help saying in a curious voice, Mr. You really want to give up 10% of the shares for a trivial slave? Although I don't know how much 10% of the shares of your factory is worth. The Magic fans are selling this well in Bana City, so this 10% shouldn't be a small amount, right? Revealed a faint smile. Just treat it as me being willful for a while. Butler Brunei looked at with a gaze of deep meaning. You're certain you want to do this? Gave a certain nod. Definitely. Butler Brunei nodded and broke free of Sui's arm. He waved his hand at the three large men. Let him go. The three large men looked at each other and obediently moved out of the way. Butler Brunei looked at the slave on the ground before looking back at Mr. He belongs to you now. Laughed as he put his hand into his pocket. Many thanks, many thanks. Then how much is this slave worth? Butler Brunei's lips curled into a strange smile as he shook his head and said, Mr. is this generous, so I represent the Lord Viscount to not be stingy. I'll give this slave to you. Just treat it as a meeting gift for our cooperation. Since it's like this, then I'll thank the Lord Viscount here. After Butler Brunei and the three large men left, and Hines carried the slave on the ground into the horse carriage. On the way, when he heard mention the price he had to pay to save this slave, Hines almost jumped out of the carriage. You're crazy. Hines pointed at looking a bit flustered. According to our estimates, if everything goes smoothly with this Magic Fan Factory, it will earn at least 5,000 gold coins a year. You're giving Viscount Leslie 10% of the shares, which is equal to giving him at least 500 gold coins. You have to know, we only spent 100 gold coins a year to rent that hectare of land from him. He waved his hand and signaled for Hines to sit down. He said with a smile, Actually, even without this matter, I've always wanted to find a chance to give Viscount Leslie some shares. Now that I've used this matter to give it up, it's actually what I want. Seeing how relaxed he was, Hines calmed down a bit, but he was still a bit confused. Why? Why? Laughed as he pointed at the barren land outside the window. Hines, look clearly. This land is Viscount Leslie's private territory. You should know what private territory means, right? It means that as long as Viscount Leslie is willing, he can drive us away at any time. It's no use even if we have a contract, because this is the damn privilege of a noble. I've already considered it. If we want to work here for a long time, we have to obtain Viscount Leslie's sincere support. But how can we make this noble Lord Viscount sincerely support us? There's only one answer, and that is to tie him to the same chariot as us. Only when his interests are aligned with ours will he sincerely support us. At the very least, he won't drag us down. Actually, 10% is still too little. If possible, I want to give him 20%, but this is too obvious. But that would be too conspicuous. Besides, our relationship has only just begun, so there's no need to be too anxious. Hines looked at in a daze for a while before suddenly shaking his head and giving a long sigh. I was wrong about you. Oh, I thought that you were just a magic genius, but now it seems like you're more of a profiteer than me. Huh. Many thanks for your praise. Chapter 12. The little slave's flesh was lacerated and his injuries looked very frightening, but they were only flesh wounds and didn't reach his bones. He sent him to the best hospital in Banda City, and after confirming that his life wasn't in danger, he left him in the hospital and had the doctors take care of him. Then he returned to the Carmilla Magic Tower. After returning to the lab, his colleagues were a bit surprised by his sudden appearance. "Hey, Sue, didn't you take a day off today? Why are you back?" Rem asked in a loud voice. "I've finished my matters, and there's nothing to do for now, so I came back to see if there was any work." Sue replied with a smile. "Oh, I thought that you weren't planning on coming back this time." "Rem, you don't understand, right? Now that the magic fans are selling well, it doesn't matter if Sue doesn't come back. Just by selling the magic fans, he can make a fortune. Why would he do all the dirty work in this shabby magic tower in the future?" Hearing this strange voice, Sue slightly knit his brows before shaking his head with a smile and ignoring it. Because he had to set up a factory during this time, he had been busy with various things, so he had taken several days off. Great Magician Camilla didn't say anything about this, but his colleagues in the lab had some complaints about this. Even their voices were a bit strange. Sue was too lazy to care about why they had such big complaints about him, since it didn't affect him at all. "Wella, how is the research on the magic array coming along?" Sue came to Wella's table and asked in a low voice. "I pretty much figured it out." Wella took out a magic array blueprint and opened it on the table. "Look here. I agree with your suggestion of using Lightyear's node to neutralize the conflict between magic circles. I've done a lot of experiments in the past few days, and I've determined that this model is the most suitable. What do you think? Since you say it's the most suitable, there definitely isn't a problem." Although he said this, Sue still took the magic array blueprint and carefully looked it over. In the end, he confirmed that Wella's method was indeed very suitable. "Great. Wella, thank you for your help." After saying this, Sue gave a soft cough. Of course, the help is one thing, and the reward is another. "Still 10 gold coins, what do you think?" Wella's face turned slightly red, and she said somewhat embarrassedly, "Isn't this too much? It only took me one night." "Haha, that's because you're a genius. Knowledge is priceless. 10 gold coins is too little for me." "Sue," he said. Wella thought for a moment and didn't hold back anymore. She nodded in agreement. After Sue left Wella's side, Rem walked over with a frown. "Wella, what are you and Sue talking about? So sneaky." Wella glared at him. "What do you mean by sneaky? How are you being sneaky?" Rem was shocked and apologized profusely. No, I was just saying, mysterious, yes, mysterious." "What are you talking about?" "Nothing, it's just that Sue asked me to help him study the magic array, and then he gave me 10 gold coins as a reward." Wella didn't feel that this was the truth that needed to be hidden, so she confidently said it. 10 gold coins?" Rem cried out in surprise, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the laboratory. He was shocked and immediately lowered his voice again. "You only studied the magic array, and he gave you 10 gold coins? He wouldn't be lying to you, right? What reason does he have to lie to me?" Wella unhappily rolled her eyes at Remington. "This isn't the first time. The previous few times, he paid me very quickly. Why wouldn't I trust him?" "Not the first time?" Rem was even more surprised. "Wella, you actually hid it from me," and Sue. Wella immediately became angry. "What are you saying? What do you mean by hiding it from you? Who are you to me? Could it be that I have to report everything to you?" The volume of Wella's words suddenly increased, immediately landing in the ears of the people in the research room. Everyone looked towards Wella and Rem, naturally treating this as a quarrel between the couple. Then everyone looked at Sue. They couldn't understand. Why did Sue just say a few words to Wella, and why did Wella quarrel with Rem? This kid, Rem, he wasn't a person who liked to be jealous normally. He didn't have time to care about the quarrel between Wella and Rem at this time. After taking the magic array blueprint from Wella, he returned to his desk and immediately began working. This magic array was an improved version of the revolving wind array on the magic fan. The first magic fan was designed in a rush, so there were many places that weren't perfect. Now that Sue-Yi was preparing to increase the production of the magic fan. Naturally, he was preparing to develop a new version of the magic fan. For example, once he finished researching the magic array in his hand, he would be able to change the speed of the magic fan. It wouldn't be like the first magic fan that could only maintain a constant speed. But this change sounded very simple, but it actually had a very high requirement for the magic array. Sue-Yi could rely on himself to research it, but he would definitely spend too much time on it. So he directly sought Wella's help, hoping that she could design this magic array according to his requirements. Wella was very interested in Sue-Yi's first magic fan. Now that she heard that Sue-Yi wanted her to help him improve the magic array, she immediately agreed. As a magician whose magic power was at the front of the laboratory, Wella's research on magic arrays was much better than Sue-Yi's. It didn't take long for her to completely improve the magic array according to Sue-Yi's requirements. Sue-Yi was very happy with this result. He knew that a person's abilities were limited and there were specializations. In terms of magic level, Wella was much better than him. So naturally, it wasn't wrong to leave the problem of magic to an expert like Wella. Every time Wella helped him solve a problem, he would pay her 10 gold coins as a reward. Wella had always said that this reward was too much, but Sue-Yi felt that it was too little. It had to be known that to find an expert to solve a problem on Earth, if one didn't pay a high price, those experts wouldn't be willing to care about you at all. The most important thing was that this would save Sue-Yi quite a bit of time, allowing him to focus on combining magic and craftsmanship. In order to work with this improved magic array, the design of the magic fan had to be changed. This was something that only Sue-Yi understood in signs, and no one else could help him. It was already the end of July, and the hot weather wouldn't last for more than 2 months. If he wanted the second variable speed magic fan to appear on the market this summer, Sue-Yi had to work fast. Time passed very quickly when he was completely immersed in his research. When Sue-Yi finally determined the preliminary design of the variable speed magic fan, he looked up to find that the lab was already silent. His colleagues had already left. Sue-Yi stretched out, and when he was prepared to pack his things and leave, the door to the lab was suddenly pushed open and Steele's head poked in. "Hey, Sue-Yi, you really didn't leave." Steele waved her hand at Sue-Yi and revealed a playful smile. "What? Do you need something from me? Or is it that great magician Camilla wants to see me again?" Sue-Yi asked with a smile. Although he didn't have much contact with Steele, because Steele had helped him stay in a magic tower, he had always felt grateful to Steele in his heart. His attitude towards her was much warmer than normal colleagues. Steele rolled her eyes and gave a soft snort. "What? Do I have to find you for something?" Sue-Yi couldn't help shaking his head with a smile. He didn't believe that Steele would come looking for him for nothing, but he wasn't dumb enough to expose the lies of this 19-year-old girl. "You're looking for me for nothing? It can't be that you like me because I'm handsome, right?" Sue-Yi couldn't help teasing her. Steele's face turned red as she glared at Sue-Yi and angrily said, "Why are you men like this? All right, stop wasting words and come with me. We'll find a place to eat. It's my treat." "Treat me to a meal?" Sue-Yi was stunned. He thought that it would be strange if you didn't come looking for me for something. "What? You don't believe me?" Steele glared at him. She walked over to grab Sue-Yi's arm and pulled him outside. Hey, hey. You make people misunderstand. I'll go with you, okay?" The place where Steele invited Sue-Yi to eat was not far away. It was in a restaurant not far from the Magic Tower. This restaurant didn't seem like a very expensive place, but the environment was quiet and it wasn't noisy. Moreover, the dishes were very special and the taste wasn't bad. It could be seen that Steele had put in quite a bit of effort to treat this guest. During the meal, Steele stammered a few times, but didn't say anything. Sue-Yi was amused, so he didn't say anything and just kept eating. Seeing that the meal was almost finished, Steele finally couldn't help but whisper to Sue-Yi, can you do me a favor?" Sue-Yi smiled, thinking that Steele was quite patient. He asked back, "What is it? Tell me. For the sake of this meal, if I can help you, I'll definitely help you." Steele was anxious. No matter what, she was still a beautiful woman. Even if she didn't need to treat him to a meal, she could just ask another man for help. This Sue-y was now saying that he would help her for the sake of this meal, and he sounded a bit reluctant. He really didn't know what was good for him, but now she was asking for help, so she had to be more humble. She forced a smile and said, do you remember the piano model you took out on the first day you came to the Magic Tower for an interview? Yes, I do. Why? Then do you have it with you now? No, it's not small. Why would I have it with me? He shook his head. That's true. Steele thought for a while and suddenly said, then let's go to your house now, okay? Chapter 13. Sue almost choked on a mouthful of food. Cough, cough, cough. Steele, what are you talking about? To your house. Steele was a bit confused, but when she saw the strange expression on Sue-Yi's face, she immediately understood what he meant. Her face turned red, and she couldn't help but punch him. What are you thinking? Sue-Yi quickly waved his hand. Okay, I understand what you mean. You want to go to my house to see the model piano, right? But I don't understand. Why are you in such a hurry to see it? Steele stopped what she was doing, hesitated for a moment, and asked uncertainly, Sue-Yi that. Can you sell me that model piano? Sell it to you? Sue-Yi glanced at Steele, puzzled. What do you want that for? I have a use for it, Steele answered vaguely. Sue-Yi didn't think much and shook his head. I'm afraid not. That thing is very important to me. I'm afraid I can't sell it to you. Sue-Yi didn't deliberately refuse. This model piano was made in his spare time when he was studying at the Sennheiser School. It was also his first magic industrial product in this world. It was very memorable, and he didn't want to give it away casually. I see. Steele was slightly disappointed and then asked, then, can you teach me how to make it? Well, in fact, I originally wanted you to teach me how to make it. After all, something made by hand is much more valuable than something bought from someone else. Sue-Yi looked at Steele strangely. Steele, I'm being nosy. You want to give this thing to someone else, right? Yes, I need to give someone a birthday present. The last time I saw your model piano, I thought it was very unique and novel. I think it would be very good for a birthday present. How about it? Can you teach me how to make it? I promise I won't treat you unfairly. As long as you help me this time, I'll ask my grandfather to treat you well in the future. Sue-Yi rubbed his chin. Even if he didn't take this chance to get closer to great magician Camilla, just based on a little beauty Steele, helping her was something he should do. By the way, I'll ask again. The person you're going to give the gift to is a man, right? Steele blushed and pouted. None of your business. Sue-Yi laughed, thinking that he had guessed correctly. However, Steele was 19 years old this year. She was in the prime of her life. It was not strange that she liked a little boy. Okay, I can teach you how to make it, but there's no need to go to my house. It's already very late, and I'm afraid it's not convenient for a little girl like you to come to my house. From tomorrow onwards, you can come to the lab to find me after work. I'll teach you there. Steele looked over Sue-Yi in surprise. Sue-Yi, I couldn't tell that you were such a decent person. Cough. Do I look like a crooked person to you? Sue-Yi angrily looked at Steele and snappily asked. That's right. When do you need the gift? I'll arrange the time for teaching you. There's still half a month. There shouldn't be a problem, right? There's enough time. That piano model doesn't require much skill. It just requires a bit of fine work. After the two of them agreed on a time, Sue-Yi said his goodbyes and left. However, he did not go home like usual and went to the clinic first. The little slave, whose whole body was wrapped in gauze and was not much different from a mummy, had woken up from a coma at this time. Lying on a hospital bed in the medical center, he stared at the ceiling with a blank face with a trace of fear. When he heard the conversation between Sue-Yi and the doctor, he reacted. He turned his head and stared at Sue-Yi. His eyes revealed a strong curiosity. How do you feel? Sue-Yi found that the little slave looked over. He stopped the conversation with the doctor and asked him in a warm voice. The little slave seemed to be very uncomfortable talking to outsiders. He hesitated for a while before slowly nodding. Sue-Yi smiled and did not rush to force him. He asked the doctor a few more questions. After confirming that his body was fine, he said to the little slave, "It's good that you're okay. Your injuries are not completely healed yet. Rest assured and stay here for a few more days. When you're completely healed, I'll come to pick you up. Sue, he was just about to turn and leave when he suddenly felt the corner of his clothes tighten. He looked back and found that the little slave had stretched out his hand and tightly grabbed the corner of his clothes. Sue, he looked at the nervous and scared little slave and suddenly understood what he meant. What? Do you need someone to accompany you? I'm afraid that won't do. I'm very busy with work. I don't have time to stay here with you. Be assured, since I've already bought you, I won't throw you away. Just be assured and stay here. The doctor said that you'll be discharged in a few days, so it's fine. The doctor on the side looked at Sue E with a strange expression. Bought him? This meant that the little fellow lying on the bed should be a slave. This Sue E really was a strange person, actually being this good to a slave. It had to be known that this was the best hospital in Bana City. The treatment fee wasn't cheap at all. The little slave was still tightly holding onto Sue Yi's clothes. The fear on his face became stronger, as if he was afraid that Sue E would throw him away. Seeing this situation, Sue E could only give a helpless sigh. He turned to ask the doctor, "What if I bring him home? Will he be in danger?" He only has some flesh wounds. It's not that big of a problem, so it's not a problem to bring him home. As long as he takes his medicine and comes here every 3 days to change the medicine, he'll be fine. All right, I'll bring him home first. The bed here will be reserved for him. I'll pay the hospital fees. The doctor couldn't help looking at the little slave on the bed. This treatment, not to mention a slave, even a child from a normal family would find it hard to enjoy. Bringing the tightly wrapped little slave who couldn't move home took Sue E quite a bit of effort. After settling him down and helping him take his medicine, Sue E was already covered in sweat. Seeing the little slave fall asleep after taking his medicine, Sue E let out a long sigh. I told Butler Brunei that I bought him to serve me, but now I'm the one serving him. Even in his sleeping state, the little slave had a pained look on his face from time to time. It could be seen just how hard his normal life was. Seeing that thin little face, Sue E gave a sigh and shook his head. He turned to take a bath and buried his head in studying the magic array. With Wella's help in studying the magic array, the research on the variable speed magic fan was much faster. What he needed to do now was to design the most suitable shape for the magic array. Sue E wanted to use the second-generation magic fan to greatly increase the performance of the magic fan. But after studying it, he found that there were 2 decisive problems that he couldn't avoid. The first problem was the material problem. The industrial base of signs was close to zero. Although there were some handicrafts, most of them were made from natural materials. Even if there was processing, it was only rough processing. The various properties of the materials couldn't compare to the finely processed materials from Earth. For example, for a fan, the core was without a doubt the electric motor. This was something that Sue E replaced with the revolving wind array. But for the core bearing that was as important as the electric motor, Sue E couldn't find something better to replace it for now. The electric fans on Earth could use high-density and high abrasion-resistant alloy bearings, but the signs could only use normal iron to make them. The iron smelting technology of this world wasn't as developed as on Earth, so the quality of the iron smelted wasn't high. Even if it was polished, the quality of the bearings wouldn't be that high. When Sue E made the first-generation magic fan, he wasn't assured in the quality. The electric fans on Earth could last from 10 to 40,000 hours, but according to Sue Yi's calculations, the first-generation magic fan wouldn't last more than 3,000 hours. According to how each fan could be used for 8 hours a day and the hottest 3 months of the year, the first-generation magic fan could only be used for 4 years at most before it reached the end of its life. If it was changed to Heinz using it all day, the 2 magic fans in his house would be scrapped next summer. It could be said that the material problem was the most serious problem restricting the quality of the magic fan, but Sue E didn't have a way to solve it at all. The material crafting technology was the most basic and complicated part of the industrial system, involving all aspects of the industrial system. Even on Earth, it was very hard to improve on this part, not to mention in this signs where the industrial base was close to zero. The second problem was the crafting technology. Signs didn't have the standard machines from Earth, So, when Sue made the first-generation magic fan, he could only find the blacksmiths in the blacksmith shop and have them make it according to his blueprint. It should be said that the craftsmanship of the blacksmiths in Banna City wasn't bad. But no matter how good a person's craftsmanship was, it couldn't be compared to the precision machines from Earth. The outer shell of the magic fan that they made was always slightly different. Although it didn't seem like a big problem right now, he was very clear that if he wanted to increase the production of the magic fan, he had to go into mass production. That meant that every part of the magic fan had to be perfect, or at least there had to be a standard. Cutting machine, sliding tool holder, punching machine, drilling machine, boring machine. Let me die. Thinking of the various problems he had to face to achieve mass production, he couldn't help crying out in pain. Chapter 14. Standing in front of the volcano blacksmith shop, he had already swept away the pain from last night and was filled with energy again. May I ask if Master Lanus is here? He stepped into the blacksmith shop and was met with a wave of heat that almost forced his words back into his throat. Come! There was a large metal clashing sound that came from the blacksmith shop, which seemed to replace the answer. He walked in and saw that there was a giant furnace in the middle of the blacksmith shop that was releasing flames. Beside the furnace, there was a dwarf whose head only reached Su-Yi's chest, but his body was twice as big as Su-Yi. He was holding a red iron tool in his left hand, and his right hand was holding a hammer that was twice as big as Su-Yi's head, slamming it down. As the hammer fell down again and again, there was a clear metallic sound that reverberated through the blacksmith shop, which had a unique charm to it. He watched the dwarf's skillful and rhythmic hammering for a while and couldn't help secretly nodding. Heinz was right. If one was talking about forging skills, dwarves were the best choice on the continent. When he met Heinz again today, he had told him about the problem he was facing. Heinz said that he didn't have a way to solve the problem of materials, but he did give a suggestion for the problem of craftsmanship. It was to have find a most famous blacksmith master in Banna City, which was the dwarf Lanus in front of him. After being reminded by Heinz, finally remembered that this place was different from the signs of Earth. Not only were there humans, there were also other races. Among them, the dwarves were famous blacksmiths on the continent and were recognized as the race with the strongest forging skills. But dwarves normally lived in their own tribes and rarely went out, so there was only one dwarf blacksmith in Banna City, Lanus. He had never thought of this before. After patiently waiting for a while, the dwarf Lanus finally finished his forging. He threw the red part into the water jar and turned to look at Hey, just say what you need. I don't like to beat around the bush. While saying this, Lanus picked up a water bag from the table beside him. He reached out to open the bag, and there was a strong smell of alcohol that came out. Good wine was what dwarves loved the most, and the stronger the better. Master Lanus, I'm here to ask you to help me make something. He quickly took out a blueprint from his chest. What is it? Lanus raised his head and took a big gulp of wine. He took the blueprint and glanced at it. Suddenly, he coldly snorted and threw the blueprint away. He angrily said, Who told you that I, Lanus, would help people make some broken nails? Lanus. Lanus, 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 Lanus's, Lanus, Lanus, Lanus with Lanus. I don't care if it's a screw or not. Anyway, Lanus have never made this kind of small thing. You can leave now. Lanus waved his thick arm and turned around, looking like he wasn't willing to care about Su-Yi. Are you going to do it or not? Or you can't make it? As soon as Su-Yi's voice fell, Lanus turned around like a whirlwind and pointed at Su-Yi as he shouted, Human, let me tell you, don't think that Lanus will fall for your stupid provocation. I said I won't make it, so I won't make it. Oh, then you won't make the screw. But will you make this? This thing isn't a small thing. Lanus took out another blueprint. Lanus glared at Su-Yi and patiently took the blueprint. This time he didn't throw the blueprint away. Rather, he gave a sound and seriously looked over it. After a while, Lanus slowly raised his head and looked at Su-Yi with a doubtful look. Hey, human kid, where did you get this blueprint? Why have I never seen this thing before? I designed it myself. How about it? Lanus, can you make it? So, Elanus asked. Lanus looked at the blueprint and carefully thought about it. His face suddenly turned red, and he snorted. This thing is just your imagination. How can it be made? I say, kid, are you deliberately here to make fun of me? If so, then get out of my sight. So, Elanus laughed. The blueprint was a large excavator. Even on Earth, it would be very difficult to make one. Of course, it would be a fool's dream to make one manually. Of course, he was not here to make fun of Lanus. Although Lanus was angry, his eyes were still fixed on the blueprint. Therefore, he said seriously, Master Lanus, you're a blacksmith master. You should know that although the item on this blueprint can't be made now, you should also know that I didn't come up with it blindly. And this thing is the main reason why I came to find you. Lanus snorted, and his expression eased a little. In fact, he could see that what Sui said was true. Although the things on the blueprint looked very whimsical, every part of the blueprint was marked very carefully. There were even extremely detailed and precise specifications and parameters. It could be seen that it was not randomly drawn on a whim. And according to his inference, this thing wasn't completely impossible to make. It was just that the current level of blacksmithing in signs couldn't reach it. All right, kid, then what are you here for? Lanus couldn't help but ask. Sui once again handed over the first blueprint. I'm not joking. This time I came to find you, hoping that you can help me make this screw bolt. This time, Lanus didn't get angry. Instead, he took the blueprint and carefully looked at it. He had just looked over it and saw that it was a small thing, so he directly threw it away. Now that he was seriously looking at it, he found that although this thing called a screw bolt was small, it wasn't simple. Looking at it, this thing was like a normal nail, but looking at it seriously, one would find that it was also a nail. This screw bolt was surrounded by fine threads, and the spacing wasn't off at all. Extending all the way down, it looked very delicate and complicated. It was far from what a normal smooth nail could compare to. Lanus looked at it for a while and was a bit confused. Hey kid, why did you make such a complicated pattern on a nail? Is it to look good? Of course not. So he took out another blueprint for Lanus with a smile. This blueprint was actually one of the blueprints for the second-generation variable speed magic fan. But it only showed a part of the outer casing of the magic fan, which included the screw bolt on the outer casing of the magic fan. Lanus took the blueprint and looked at it for a while, immediately seeing the mysteries within. So it's like this. This is great. With this hole, as long as this screw bolt goes in, it'll be fixed and it'll be easy to take it out. Hey kid, the fellow who thought of this thing is simply a genius. As a blacksmith master, Lanus could see with a single glance that the design of this screw bolt would have a large effect on the forging process. At first he looked at this small screw bolt with disdain, but after seeing the screw bolt and screw bolt, his view of the screw bolt greatly changed. Looking up to see the faint smile on Suyi's face, Lanus was stunned. It can't be that this thing was thought of by you, right? It was me, Sui admitted without any politeness. How about it? Master Lanus, are you willing to make the screw bolt now? Lanus looked at the blueprint again and nodded. Since it's such a genius idea, I'll make an exception and help you. Tell me, how many screw bolts do you need me to make? Sui reached out a finger with a smile. It can't be just one, right? Then it's 10? I need to make a mold first. It'll take around a week. Master Lanus said in a thoughtful voice. It's not just 10. Sui shook his head with a smile. Then it's 100? That's not much of a difference. As long as the mold is made, there's not much difference between 100 and 10. Then it'll take 10 days. Hey, Master Lanus, you're wrong. It's not 100. It's 100,000. 100,000? Master Lanus' eyes popped out as he stared right at Sui. He wished that he could spit on Suyi's face. I thought that you were seriously looking for my help, but I never thought that you were just here to play with me. 100,000. Do you want me to make these damn screw bolts for you for the rest of my life? Sui touched his face, and his smile didn't change as he took out another blueprint from his chest. It would be a waste for a blacksmith master like you to waste your life on something as small as a screw bolt. Actually, I came looking for you this time because I hope that you can help me make this magic thread rolling machine. Magic thread rolling machine? What kind of thing is this? Lanus took the blueprint in a confused manner. After looking over it, his face immediately became serious. This thing does seem like it. How about it? Are you confident in making it? Lanus didn't immediately show his attitude this time. Rather, he looked at the blueprint for a while, and after thinking for a while, he slowly replied, I have to study it. I'm afraid I can't make it in a short period of time. That's right, kid. What is this thing used for? Sui pointed at the screw bolt blueprint. It's used to make screw bolts. Oh, no wonder it's like this. Lanus nodded in realization. Lanus nodded. Master Lanus, if possible, I hope that you can make this machine as soon as possible. Of course, I will definitely satisfy you with the remuneration. Lanus casually waved his arm. We'll talk about the remuneration later. First tell me what this thing is for. It's such a complicated thing, and there are many unclear marks on your blueprint. How do you want me to make it for you? He couldn't help secretly laughing. He thought that this magic thread rolling machine was specially modified by him based on the situation and signs. If he took the thread rolling machine from Earth, even if you were a famous dwarf blacksmith master in signs, you would still be dazzled by it. Chapter 15. You see, the two magic circles should be further apart, so that the effect of the two magic circles can cover this node, but they won't affect each other. You need to pay attention here. You have to look at every gear. There can't be any mistakes. Otherwise, the piano will be stuck as soon as it starts to play, and it won't form cycle. All right, have you decided what song to play? Different songs have different keys, and the settings of the magic circles are also different. This needs to be set up in advance. No, you can't do that here. You'll ruin the whole model. Carmilla Magic Tower was quiet after work, but Suyi's voice could be heard from Suyi's lab from time to time. As promised, he was teaching Steel how to make her own piano model after work. Steel's magic talent was as powerful as the rumors said. Suyi only explained to her the principles of the two wind magic circles used in the model, and she easily copied them. But when it came to the specific design and manufacturing of the model, Steel could only listen to Suyi's instructions. Fortunately, Steel was young, eager to learn, and talented. Suyi didn't need to spend too much effort on her, and she could easily grasp the key points taught to her. In less than a week, Steel's piano model had taken shape. The next step was to make some adjustments to the details, and it could be considered complete. Based on the current progress, it shouldn't take more than 3 days. It could be completed before Steel's friend's birthday. Steel pressed down lightly, and the model made a crisp sound. The piano cover and the bass fit together perfectly. Phew! Steel let out a sigh of relief and raised her hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead. Not bad. Suyi nodded. Now that you've grasped the key points of the model, you can complete it yourself. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me again. Okay, Steel responded and turned around to smile at Suyi. Suyi, thank you for teaching me so patiently. I'll treat you to dinner later. Suyi looked up at the sky outside the window and shook his head. I'm afraid not today. I have an appointment tonight. Oh, Steel was a bit disappointed. She thought for a while and asked, Suyi, I haven't asked you. Why did you refuse Grandpa's invitation? You should know that there are many young magicians who would do anything to become my grandpa's apprentice. Moreover, Grandpa has privately praised you in front of me several times, saying that you have a high talent for magic from your magic arrays. As long as you are willing to study magic, it's very likely that you will become a great magician in the future. Suyi revealed a faint smile. Many thanks for your Excellency Great Magician's praise. But I ask you to tell your Excellency Great Magician that it isn't that I'm not willing to be his apprentice, but there are too many things to do, and I don't have enough time to study magic with him. I can only disappoint his good intentions. Why? Steel knit her brows and asked in a confused voice. Even my grandfather has praised your talent for magic. Moreover, I can see that your talent for magic is very high, perhaps even higher than mine. Why aren't you willing to properly study magic? Could it be because of that magic fan? I've heard that you've been researching that during this time. Suyi thought about it, and instead of answering, he asked, Steel, what do you think of the magic fan? Me? Steel pointed at herself and seriously thought about it before slowly replying, I feel that this thing is very interesting because it is a rare example of magic being used in daily life. Moreover, the design is this exquisite, so to be honest, I admire it quite a bit. But Sue E., you should be clear that a magician's position in the signs is based on their magic power. Even if you design 100 magic fans, as long as your magic power isn't strong, you won't have any position at all. Your talent for magic is that good. So, I urge you to properly study magic. As long as you can become a great magician, I dare guarantee that if you design a magic fan, everyone will clap their hands in praise. You say like everyone thinks that the magic fan is bad. So he couldn't help muttering in a low voice. Seeing Steele's sincere expression, he gave a soft cough and said with a serious look, "Steele, I understand what you're saying, but everyone has different ideals and pursuits. Perhaps most magicians think that their magic power is the most important, but I'm different. I've always felt that magic is at best a tool. Magicians can use magic for destruction, so why can't they use magic for construction? We have a reason to use magic in our daily lives. If we can rely on magic to improve everyone's lives, wouldn't that be good?" Steele hesitated. "You're right, but if a magician's strength isn't strong, it will be very lacking. Who says that I can't increase my magic power when I'm researching magic machines?" He suddenly revealed a strange smile. Raising his right hand, he circulated his magic, and a visible milky white tornado appeared in his palm. Miniature tornado spell. Steele instantly shouted in surprise. This is a third-grade wind spell. It's a spell that only a third-grade magician can use. I remember that during your interview, you said that you didn't pass the Sorcerer's Guild certification exam. Just because I didn't pass doesn't mean I can't pass. He laughed. Of course, during my interview, my magic power wasn't as strong as it is now. At that time, I estimated that I was between a first-grade and a second-grade magician. You mean, it's only been 2 months, and you've become a third-grade magician? Steele was even more surprised. Isn't this too exaggerated? Your magic talent is actually so high. I see that you don't have much time to research magic. He smiled faintly. It's not only magic research that can increase one's magic power. When I'm researching magic machines, I also have to study magic arrays. Studying magic arrays is actually indirectly equivalent to studying magic, so it's not strange that I can increase my magic power. Steele, these days you've been concentrating on making this piano model. Haven't you noticed that your magic power has increased because of it? Steele tilted her head and thought for a while, then nodded. Yes, I feel that my understanding of wind magic is a bit deeper than before, but it's not as exaggerated as you. Because I'm a genius. He shrugged and boasted shamelessly. Steele rolled her eyes at him, but still couldn't help but say, if you're a genius, then why don't you focus on studying magic? With your talent, it's very possible for you to become a supreme magician. I said, everyone has their own ambitions. He said with a relaxed expression. Then he raised his head and interrupted Steele's continued persuasion, looked at the sky outside, and continued, Okay, Steele, let's call it a day. I'll remember this meal, and if I remember in the future, I'll ask you to treat me. Don't forget. Stingy. Steele powdered her mouth. He laughed, packed his things, and directly left. As soon as he walked out of the magic tower, he saw a figure hurrying towards him from afar. This figure was very familiar to Sue-E. It was Heinz. Seeing Heinz's hurried appearance, Sue-E couldn't help smiling. Since Sue-E gave his 20% shares to Heinz a few days ago, he was like a car that had been charged with horsepower, going all out. Not only did he take care of supervising the workshop, he also took care of the production, transportation, and sales of the magic fans. He was completely like a professional manager. As for his small general store, he had completely given it to his nephew Alex. Although Heinz wasn't a particularly knowledgeable or creative person, he was a meticulous person and wasn't afraid of hard work. He managed things in an orderly manner, so it could be said that he was very suited for his current job. Of course, the dividends from the 20% shares were the biggest motivation for him to work this hard. Hey, Heinz, why did you come here to find me today? What's the rush? Sue, he had just raised his hand to greet him when he was suddenly stunned. Heinz had already come over, and Sue, he found that his face was very serious. It was so deep that it was like water was about to drip out. Sui's heart skipped a beat. Because they had hired 30 Baron Richter Magic Academy students to draw the magic array, the production of the first-generation magic fan had never stopped during this time. Moreover, the sales were as hot as ever, selling close to 1,000 units in just a short week. It brought over 700 gold coins to Sue E and also brought over 200 gold coins to Heinz, who had 20% of the shares. It made Heinz's mood very good during this time. Every time Sue E saw him, he would always have a smile on his face, like he had drunk honey. This was his first time seeing his expression this ugly. Could it be that something happened? Thinking of this, Sue E quickly walked over. Without waiting for Sue E to ask, Heinz already said in a low voice, "Sue E, this is bad. Something has happened." Seeing Heinz's anxious appearance, Sue E quickly patted his shoulder, telling him to calm down. "Don't rush. What is it? Speak slowly." Heinz took a few deep breaths and calmed down after a while. Looking around, he came closer to Sue E and said in a low and incomparably heavy voice, "There are imitations of the magic fan." Chapter 16. Sue E looked at the magic fan that was the same as the one on the table and carefully looked it over for a while before reaching out to turn it on. The magic fan paused for a few seconds before the blades slowly began to turn, blowing out a cool breeze after a while. Sue E stood in front of the magic fan, feeling the cool breeze, and gave a slight nod. "Oh, not bad. It's quite cool." Heinz on the side was anxious. He reached out to turn off the magic fan and said in a flustered voice, "What time is it and you're still in the mood to praise it? Quickly think of a way. Let me tell you, there isn't just one of these things. I've had people investigate it for me, and there aren't many of them in Bana City, but there are quite a few of these imitations outside the city." "Then have you found where the imitations are made?" "No." Heinz was instantly discouraged. "There's no need to investigate." Sue, he waved his hand. "It's no use even if you find out." "How could it be no use? We can sue." After saying this, Heinz suddenly stopped. This was because he suddenly remembered that for this kind of product, not to mention the Lampari Kingdom, even the signs didn't have any laws that protected them from being imitated. Even if he found out who the imitators were, he couldn't rely on the kingdom's laws to punish them. He would even be reprimanded by the kingdom's judges for being meddlesome. Have you thought of it? Seeing Heinz's expression, Sui knew that he had already understood the main point. Actually, when I was designing the magic fan, I had already thought of this. This wasn't something that Sue casually said to fool Heinz. When he was designing the magic fan, he had already read the related books and finally determined that the signs were the same as he had imagined. There was no patent at all, not to mention any patent protection. So he had already determined that there would be imitations of the magic fan because this thing wasn't something that required much technology, so it wasn't hard to imitate it at all. Since you've already thought of it, why haven't you thought of how to prevent it? Could it be that we're just going to let those despicable fellows casually imitate it? Sue, you should know very well that every time they make a replica, we will sell one less, which means we will earn one less gold coin. All right, there's no need to be so agitated. Sue raised his hand and gestured for Heinz to calm down. Don't worry. Since I've already thought of it, I've already prepared a preventive measure. Come, take a look. Sue casually picked up a magic fan that he had designed and pointed at the base of the fan for Heinz. What? Heinz was baffled. Do you see this logo? Sue pointed at a circular icon above the fan's base switch. Here, this is the brand logo I designed for our magic fan. Heinz furrowed his brows as he looked at the icon with half a wing inside the circle. He asked in puzzlement, "What's the use of this thing? What do you mean by brand icons?" "This. You can treat it as a badge, a unique badge that belongs to our magic fan. Moreover, I have already registered this badge with the kingdom's royal parliament. Without my permission, anyone who uses this badge will be severely punished by the royal parliament." So he explained, registering a badge with the kingdom's royal parliament? Heinz looked at Sue E with wide eyes, looking like he was shocked. My God, you actually registered with the Parliament of Nobles for such a small badge? Wait, what level of badge did you apply for? Sue E stretched out 3 fingers with a smile. Pa! Heinz slapped his forehead and groaned in pain. Although the Royal Parliament is no longer as strict about the badge registration, but a 3rd rank badge. Just because of this, we have to pay 300 gold coins to the Royal Parliament every year, right? Oh, that's right. Actually, I think that the Royal Parliament isn't flexible enough. They want me to pay enough years before the badge can be upgraded. Otherwise, I would have applied for the highest grade Platinum badge. Platinum badge? Heinz suddenly raised his voice and shouted out. That's 1,000 gold coins a year. You must be crazy. No, I'm very clear-headed. Sue, he sat Heinz down and gave him a cup of tea at the same time. This badge is the only thing I can think of to protect our benefits. With the protection of this badge, we can engrave this badge on every magic fan we make. Even if other people can imitate the magic fan, they will be afraid of violating the rules of the Royal Parliament, so they won't dare engrave this badge on their magic fans. Heinz took a sip of tea and shook his head. I still don't understand what you mean. Even if we have more badges than them, what's the use? It's very useful, Sue, he said in a certain voice. This badge can distinguish our magic fans from those imitators, and this difference is the brand. Heinz still had a confused look. So what if it's a brand? Can it be eaten? Sue, he shook his head. He thought that explaining the value of a brand to the people of this world was a bit ahead of him. Moreover, it was hard for people to understand just by talking about it. It was only easier for people to understand it through concrete events. Thinking of this, Sue, he waved his hand at Heinz. Hey, Heinz, is there anything in Banna City? Something like a newspaper? ####. Old Man Ophelia was very angry. For an old hunter like him who relied on hunting for a living, 2 gold coins was half a month's worth of income from hunting in mountains. Normally, he wouldn't be willing to spend such a large amount of money at once. If it wasn't for the fact that his favorite grandson had fainted from the heat 2 days ago, he definitely wouldn't have made the decision to buy this expensive magic fan. Although this magic fan was indeed not bad, being able to blow out a cool breeze once it started turning, making his little grandson smile, but damn, this damn magic fan actually stopped turning after 2 days. Old Man Ophelia had even specially bought several magic crystals for this, but it was useless no matter which one he used. The magic fan still wouldn't move at all. Seeing his little grandson's face turn red from the heat, Old Man Ophelia couldn't take it anymore. He held the magic fan in one hand and headed into Banna City. The person who sold him the magic fan had said that he bought it from a store in Banna City called Heinz's General Store. Now, that there was a problem with the magic fan, and he couldn't find that damn merchant, it shouldn't be a problem to directly go to this Heinz's General Store. Old Man Ophelia didn't come to Banna City many times, so it took him a while to find the Heinz's General Store after entering the city. But when he arrived in front of the Heinz's General Store, he was stunned. The entrance of the store was already filled with people. Looking around, there were over 100 people. What made Old Man Ophelia even more curious was that almost every person was holding a magic fan in their hands. Hey, young man, what is going on? Why are there so many people? Old Man Ophelia pulled over a young man in the crowd and asked this. The young man looked over Old Man Ophelia, and seeing the magic fan in his hand, he immediately revealed a look of understanding. Old man, is your magic fan also broken? That's right, what about it? Are all these people the same as me? That's right, that damn profiteer. The young man fiercely spat out on the ground. I finally made up my mind to buy a magic fan, but I never thought that it would stop turning after a single night. I was covered in sweat last night and couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. The young man's voice was very loud, and the people beside him could clearly hear him, so they all agreed. That's right, the magic fan I bought was also like this. It stopped after a single night. It didn't work even when I changed to magic crystals. Mine is a bit better than yours. I used it for 2 days, but it stopped working when I took it out this afternoon. Then it seems like I'm the unluckiest. I used it for less than 2 hours and was enjoying it, but it suddenly stopped working. Damn it, this cost me 3 gold coins. You spent 3 gold coins? Didn't it only cost 2 gold coins? 2. Why did that damn profiteer ask me for 3? You've been cheated. Hearing the discussions of the people around him, old man Ophelia calmed down a bit. If it was only his magic fan that had problems, the profiteer might not admit it, and it wouldn't be easy to solve his problem. Now that there were problems with all these people, if that damn profiteer wasn't willing to solve it, he would be angering everyone. While he was thinking this, the door to Heinz's general store slowly opened with a squeak. The surrounding people immediately rushed over. Hey, my magic fan is broken. Are you going to fix it or not? Mine is also broken. I want to immediately change it for another one. Right? Directly change it. Profiteer, I spent 2 gold coins on it, but it broke in just one day. Be careful. Father will report you to the management board. When the door to the general store opened, Heinz walked out with a strange expression. Seeing the excited crowd in front of him, Heinz's heart was filled with surprise. This Sue E. How'd he know that something like this would happen today? The conversation between him and Sue E. yesterday flashed in his mind. Heinz raised his hand and forcefully pressed it down as he loudly shouted, "Everyone be quiet. Please speak slowly if you have a problem. I'm the owner of this store, Heinz. If there is a problem with our store, we will definitely solve it for everyone." You said solve it? All right. Tell me, this magic fan was sold from this store, and now it's broken after a single day of use. What do you think we should do? A large man loudly shouted. What else can we do? Compensate. How could something that costs 2 gold coins break this easily? Another person loudly echoed. Right? Compensate. Even if you don't compensate, you have to fix it for me. That tigress of mine feels it's too hot at home. Everyone be quiet. Heinz raised his voice and shouted again, suppressing everyone's voices. Looking around, he pointed at the large man who had shouted the loudest and said, "Let me take a look at your magic fan." The large man gave a magic fan in his hand to Heinz. With all these people watching, he wasn't worried that Heinz would fool them. Who would have thought that after Heinz looked at the magic fan for a while, he would shake his head at him? "I'm sorry, this magic fan wasn't sold by me. I can't help you solve it." Huh? Are you joking? Seeing Heinz deny it, the large man was instantly enraged. I've already asked around. Only your store sells magic fans in Bandit City. If it wasn't sold by you, could it have fallen from the sky? That's right. There's no other place that sells it other than your store. You dare not admit it? This bastard wants to renege on his debt. Profiteer, beat him to death. Seeing the crowd's emotions surging, Heinz's heart filled with a trace of fear. He took a deep breath and gathered his courage again as he loudly shouted, "This magic fan indeed wasn't sold by us because it doesn't have our brand on it." Chapter 17. The crowd instantly fell silent as they looked at each other in blank dismay. Brand? What is that? That's right, what is this thing? Have you heard of it before? Who would have heard of it? He wouldn't be talking nonsense to trick us, right? Everyone was discussing this, and after a while, the large man couldn't hold back anymore as he shouted at Heinz, "Hey, profiteer, what do you mean by brand? Why doesn't it have your brand on it? So it wasn't sold by you. Let me tell you, if you dare lie to us, you'll see." Heinz laughed and waved his hand. No, how could that be? My place is a legitimate business. How could I go back on my words? Of course, since it wasn't sold by us, you can't just put on our heads, right? Come, everyone take a look. Heinz took the magic fan from Alex, who had already prepared it, and raised it up for everyone to see. Then he pointed at the badge above the switch at the base of the magic fan. Does everyone see it? There's a half-wing badge here. This is the brand of the magic fan that we produce. It is called the Shinfei brand. Only the magic fans with this badge are sold by us. If there isn't one, they're all fake goods sold outside. Hearing him say this, everyone couldn't help looking at the magic fans in their hands. There really isn't one. That's right, mine isn't either. Could it be that what he said is true? These magic fans really weren't sold by them? That's not right. I've asked around, and only his place sells magic fans in Bandit City. That's also not right. My magic fan wasn't bought from this store. It was a fellow who came to our village to sell it. He said that he bought it from this store and then brought it to our village to sell. Oh, that's the same as me. What did the fellow who sold you the magic fan look like? Let me think. That fellow wasn't that old, but his skin was very dark. That's right, his nose was very big. Oh, that's not the same. The fellow who sold the magic fan to our village was a middle-aged man. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Heinz gave a slight nod. It seemed like the fellows who copied the magic fan this time should be a group. After they copied a batch, they scattered to the various villages to sell. Everyone discussed for a while, but at the same time, their faces were filled with worry. Hey, according to what this fellow said, this magic fan wasn't sold by him. Then what do we do? This magic fan cost me 2 gold coins, and now that it's broken, who should I find? Yeah, we can't just waste 2 gold coins like that, right? Sigh, it's my fault for being lazy and greedy. I asked just now, and each magic fan sold here is sold for 2 gold coins. Think about it. Since that fellow is reselling, how could he only sell it for 2 gold coins? Then wouldn't he have made a wasted trip? What money would he have earned? That's true. That won't do. According to what you're saying, we've been cheated. These 2 gold coins were wasted just like that? What else? Do you think we can find trouble with the boss here? This magic fan doesn't have that. Brandy mentioned, then it wasn't sold by him. But, seeing everyone's worried expressions, Heinz knew that the time was right. He immediately raised his voice and shouted, "Everyone, please be quiet. I still have something to announce." Everyone immediately stopped, wanting to hear what he had to say at this time. I know that everyone has been deceived by a swindler this time, and I understand everyone's feelings. But I have to say something here. The Xinfei brand magic fans are currently only sold in our store. If you buy them anywhere else, they are all imitations. I ask everyone to pay attention to this. Che, what use is there in saying this now? We've already been cheated. That's right, speaking such nonsense. This fellow won't pay us any gold coins. Humph, this fellow is a profiteer in the end. Could it be that he still has good intentions? Heinz revealed a faint smile and continued to say in a loud voice, but this matter was caused by the magic fan in the end. Our new Flyers chairman has said that everyone has suffered a loss this time. Although we can't compensate everyone, we can help everyone solve some of their problems. The magic fan that everyone has bought this time, whether it is the Xinfei brand or not, as long as it is damaged, you can receive a free repair in our store. Listen well, as long as you don't need to change the parts, the repair is free. After Heinz finished his announcement, the crowd instantly exploded. Really? You're telling the truth? It's free. He actually said that it's free. It can't be, right? Didn't he say that the magic fans we bought didn't come from him? Why would he help us repair them for free? Are you stupid? Didn't you hear what he just said? Their chairman said that he would help us solve our problems. Wow, this chairman really is a good person. That's right, what is their company called? It seems to be New Flyer? That's right, New Flyer. The manager just said that the magic fans they sell here are called Xinfei brand. It seems like it was named after the company. All right, I'll remember it. Xinfei, I'll only buy this magic fan in the future. All the other fake products can go to hell. Me too, as long as he can fix my magic fan this time. Not to mention the magic fan, even if it's anything else, as long as it's from his New Flyer, I'll buy it from him. Hearing the words Xinfei that kept coming out of everyone's mouths, Heinz's expression became very strange. Could it be that this was the brand awareness that he mentioned? Although he still didn't understand the meaning of this term, based on the reactions of the people around him, not only did he and not suffer that big of a loss, they even gained some benefits that couldn't be seen for now. It is very hard to manage a brand. It requires a long time of perseverance. If you relax a bit, it is very likely that it will be destroyed. So Heinz, you have to remember in the future, no matter what time it is, as long as there is a chance, you have to properly advertise our brand. Taking advantage of the time he took to fix the magic fan, he turned to give this to Heinz. And I know. Heinz replied with a nod. Seeing the people who had fixed the magic fan with smiles and grateful faces as they walked out, Heinz seemed to understand something. After this matter, these people should have a deep impression of this Xinfei brand. This also meant that in their hearts, they should have a certain brand awareness. Seeing Heinz fall in a deep thought, Sui turned around with a smile. He stretched out his stiff limbs and nodded to the person waiting in front of him. All right, bring your magic fan over. Old man Ophelia carefully placed the magic fan in his chest on the table in front of Sui. After sitting down, he didn't look at the magic fan that Sui was fiddling with. Rather, he kept looking at Sui with a curious look. Feeling old man Ophelia's burning gaze, Sui was a bit embarrassed. He checked the magic fan while saying with a smile, "Old master, what are you staring at me for? Is there something on my face?" It's nothing, it's nothing." Old man Ophelia quickly waved his hand and said with a laugh, "I was just a bit curious. Hey, little kid, tell me, what is your company's boss thinking?" "What do you mean?" Sui asked back in a surprised voice. "I'm saying, the magic fan that we were tricked into buying clearly isn't related to you. So why is your boss helping us fix it for free?" "Oh, you're asking about this. It's very simple. Our chairman said that a company doesn't just need to earn money, they also need to take responsibility for society. Although you and these people were tricked into buying these inferior magic fans, it was also because we didn't announce this beforehand that you were tricked. So, we also have a responsibility. This free fix is our compensation." Old man Ophelia knit his brows to think for a bit before shaking his head. "I don't understand. Actually, it's fine even if you don't care. Since these magic fans aren't sold by you, we can't cause trouble for you even if we want to." This is what I just said. This is our social responsibility. What social responsibility or not, I don't understand. Old man Ophelia waved his hand. Sui laughed. "You don't need to understand. You just need to know this matter." After saying this, he pushed the magic fan back to old man Ophelia. "Here, it's fixed. Can you take a look?" It's fixed like this?" Old man Ophelia took the magic fan in a daze. He looked around before pressing the switch. After a few seconds, the magic fan's blades began to turn, and there was a cool breeze that blew out after a while. Old man Ophelia immediately revealed a smile. "Great. This is great. Now that there's a fan, my little grandson won't cause trouble when we get back." "Thank you, young man." "No need to thank me. This is what I should do," Sui politely said with a smile before adding, "That's right, the magic array inside the magic fan has a flaw, and there is a problem with the design of the fan, so it can't be used for long periods of time. It needs to be rested after a while, otherwise there will be problems. According to my judgment, it can only last for less than 2 hours before it needs to be stopped for a while." "It can't be used forever?" Old man Ophelia's happy mood immediately became depressed. "What broken thing is this? It even cost me 2 gold coins." After being angry for a while, old man Ophelia asked Sui, "Then the one you sell here?" "That's right. What about the Shinfei brand magic fan? Will it be used for a while like this thing and need to be rested after a while?" "Of course not." Sui shook his head with a smile. "The quality of the magic fans we sell definitely have no problems. It's fine even if it's used for 3 days. You can ask around in Bana City. There hasn't been a single family that has bought our Shinfei brand magic fan that has had a problem. Of course, it can't be used for too long, otherwise it won't be able to take it, don't you think? I understand this logic, but that's still better than this broken thing." Old man Ophelia slapped his head in frustration. Old man Ophelia slapped his head. "If I knew it was like this, I wouldn't have blindly bought it outside. I would have just bought it from you in the city." Sui laughed. "It's not too late for you to know now. It's fine as long as you recognize our brand." Old man Ophelia gave a strong nod. "Shinfei brand, right? I'll remember this." Chapter 18. After sending off the last person who had been tricked, Sui let out a long sigh and stretched himself. "Oh, it's finally over. I'm so tired." Heinz gave Sui a cup of warm tea and said with a smile, "Actually, since you expected this situation, you should have called those students over. If it was just you, of course you would be tired." Sui shook his head. "That won't do. Their studies in school are very important to them, so I can't delay them. Then again, the contract I signed with them clearly stated that I can't interfere with their classes. Then again, the production of the magic fan is related to them, so if I tire them out, it wouldn't be good if it affected the production. Hines rolled his eyes at Sue. Hey, you're not tired? Hey, this bit of intensity isn't considered anything. Before, Sue, he suddenly stopped. He wanted to say that when he was working on a research project, he had only slept for 4 hours for 3 days. Compared to that time, this was considered a small matter. But he immediately reacted. He was no longer in that world, so he wouldn't be able to return to the fanatical research atmosphere from before. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling a bit of melancholy. Seeing that he had suddenly become silent and his expression was a bit blank, Hines was a bit confused. However, he knew that it wasn't convenient to ask, so he also became silent. There was only the sound of Alex packing things in the room. After a while, he suddenly shook his head and revealed a smile to Hines. Sorry, I was distracted. That's right, where's I just now? You said that you couldn't tire those students out and affect the production. Oh, right. Speaking of this, Hines, find some time to go to Baron Richter Magic Academy. It's best if you can recruit some more students. Or you can have the students you've already hired go back and spread the word. The effect will be even better. I'm about to finish developing the second-generation Magic fan, and perhaps I'll be able to start production at the end of the month. At that time, I'll need a large amount of people. Okay, I got it. Hines casually recorded Su Yi's words in the small notebook he carried with him. Seeing his actions, Su Yi couldn't help but laugh. Hines's actions were just like a competent secretary. Hines was baffled by Su Yi's laughter, but when he opened the book, he remembered something else. That's right, Su Yi, I've asked around and Banta City really doesn't have the kind of newspaper you mentioned. The closest one was probably the bulletin that the City Lord's mansion released every once in a while. But that thing is only given to the nobles in the city. Ordinary people can't see it. If that's the case, then forget it. I'll think of another way to advertise. Su Yi waved his hand, indicating that he should put this matter aside for now. Speaking of manpower, Hines, I think we should just hire a group of blacksmiths. Hines was startled by Su Yi's jumping thoughts. Hire a blacksmith? Why? If it's to make the magic fan casing, wouldn't it be better to hire a blacksmith in the city? That would be too much of a burden. If there's a problem with a blacksmith in the city, it would be hard for us to properly deal with it. Su Yi shook his head in denial. Of course, the most important thing is that we need professional manpower. I've never been satisfied with a magic fan casing made by the blacksmiths in the city. The quality can't meet my requirements. It's only because I can't find a replacement that I've been using it the entire time. After today's matters, could it be that you haven't noticed that the reason why we easily made those people believe that the magic fans they bought didn't come from us was because the quality of our magic fans was better? So to ensure the value of brand, we have to ensure the quality. Hines thought about what happened today and found that Su Yi was right. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a clear difference in quality, forcing those people to admit that the magic fan they bought wasn't the same as the Frestec brand magic fan, this matter wouldn't have ended so easily. But where are we going to find a large amount of suitable blacksmiths? Hines knitted his brows. Actually, we don't need those with high skills. Rather, we need specialized and suitable blacksmiths. Do you understand what I mean? Su Yi asked. You mean, we just need to hire some blacksmiths who know a bit about forging to specially make the magic fan casing for us? Right, that's what I mean. Even Su Yi revealed a faint smile as a strange glow flashed in his eyes. When we develop to a certain point in the future, we don't even need that many specialized blacksmiths. It was already afternoon when they left Hines's general store. Su Yi looked up at the sky and thought that he had taken another day off today. He had already taken 3 days off this week and hadn't worked at the Magic Tower for close to half the time. The colleagues in the lab must be guessing that I don't want to work anymore, right? Perhaps they'll say that I'm too stupid, giving up the chance to study magic by great magician Camilla's side. Su Yi gave a self-deprecating laugh. But speaking of this, great magician Camilla hasn't said anything yet. If it was anyone else, perhaps they would have already been chased out of the Magic Tower. While guessing great magician Camilla's true attitude, Su Yi quickly walked around several corners and arrived in front of the Volcano blacksmith shop again. Like usual, as soon as he walked into the blacksmith shop, there was a wave of heat that hit him. "Hey, Master Lanus, catch." He didn't even look as he threw the wine bottle in his hand into the blacksmith shop. A thick arm came out of the heat wave and firmly caught the wine bottle. "Stinky brat, can't you see that I'm working? What if? Good wine." Master Lanus had just cursed when he was attracted by the strong wine fragrance coming from the bottle. Without another word, he took a large gulp. It really is good wine." Master Lanus let out a breath filled with the smell of wine and gave a burp. Then he looked at Sui. "Hey, brat, this should be the 30-year-old wine from the Sachi Manor, right? This bottle costs at least 5 gold coins. Brat, you wouldn't be so nice for no reason. Speak, what kind of strange request do you have?" "What do you mean by strange request?" Sui said in an aggrieved voice. "Master Lanus, could it be that you've always been dissatisfied with the requests I made before? Don't forget that you agreed to it yourself. After changing according to my requests, wouldn't the effects of the 2 machines become much better?" "Humph. I did say this, but brat, every time you make a request, you have to give me a good beating." He gave 2 dry laughs and looked to the side. His eyes fell onto the 2 strange-shaped machines in the corner of the blacksmith shop. "Wah, Master Lanus, I haven't been here for 2 days and you've already finished it?" Excitedly charged over and circled the 2 machines a few times, looking like he had seen a treasure. "Humph, what kind of person am I, Lanus? It's just 2 machines. What's so difficult about it?" Master Lanus gave a cold snort as he drank another mouthful of wine. He had already begun to carefully inspect the 2 machines from head to toe. One of them was naturally the magic thread-rolling machine that he had asked Master Lanus to make a few days ago. The other one was the magic capping machine that he had added later on. These 2 machines were important machines for making screw bolts. As long as these 2 machines could operate successfully, then Suyi's idea of mass-producing screw bolts would become a reality. Don't let down on screw bolts. These things don't look like much, but they can be seen everywhere in the industrial system. They are one of the essential materials. On Earth, no matter if it was big or small, complex or simple, no matter what kind of industrial machine or industrial product it was, there would be screw bolts in it. Being able to mass-produce screw bolts meant that he had finally taken a solid step on the road of the signs industry. "Master Lanus, can these 2 machines be used now?" He turned around and asked. "Nonsense. I've already told you that it's finished. Could it be that it still can't be used?" "Very good." He picked up a small iron rod from the blacksmith shop and placed it in the mold of the capping machine. Then he pressed the switch of the capping machine. There was no movement. "Idiot, you didn't even put a magic crystal in it. How could it move?" Master Lanus's angry roar came from behind him. He patted his head. He realized that because he was too excited, he had forgotten the most important thing. He hurriedly took out a high-grade magic crystal that he had already prepared and placed it in the capping machine's power source. Then he pressed the switch again. The charging head inside the capping machine suddenly exploded with a pong sound. The charging head flew out at high speed and fiercely hit the top of the iron rod in the mold. There was a clear and strange sound that came from the capping machine. It caused the capping machine to violently tremble. The entire blacksmith shop also trembled with this sound. The sound was very frightening. He couldn't help being stunned. Wasn't it just making a screw head? Was there a need to make such an earth-shattering sound? After a while, he finally reacted. He pressed the switch again, and the charging head went back to the top. He took out the iron rod from the mold and happily found that the iron rod had been pressed into a round head by the charging head. There was also a cross-shaped groove at the top, which was a standard screw head. Not bad. He nodded in satisfaction. Let's try the thread-rolling machine. Compared to the simple capping machine, the thread-rolling machine was much more complicated. Even if he had already simplified a lot, there were still 4 magic arrays used in this magic thread-rolling machine. Just drawing the magic arrays used up a lot of Suyi's energy, not to mention fusing the 4 magic arrays with the machine. But when he saw the screw head being quickly carved with the tool, he completely forgot about the hard work of studying this machine. His body was filled with a sense of accomplishment. This was signs. This was a world without any industrial foundation. To be able to make a screw head in this world, this was a great achievement. As the most important person in completing this great project, Sue, he had enough reason to be proud. Lanus, who was standing at the side, watched as an ordinary iron pillar was turned into an exquisite and beautiful screw bolt by the two machines. His heart was filled with amazement. At first, he felt that the two machines designed by this brat were very strange. So Lanus wanted to challenge him by making them for him. But now that he saw the wonders of these two machines, Lanus suddenly felt that these two machines were more important than any iron tool he had made before. How did this brat think of these two machines? Lanus looked at Sue with eyes filled with curiosity. Chapter 19. Not far from the northwest corner of Bana City, there was a small path that led into a lush forest. After going for around 2 kilometers, it entered a very large manor. This manor was also filled with greenery, with all kinds of flowers and plants. There weren't many houses in the manor, but it didn't look messy at all and was arranged in an orderly manner. There were all kinds of birds chirping from time to time, making the entire manor look peaceful and comfortable. There was a small mountain to the west of the manor, and there was a clear spring water that flowed down from the mountain. It brought a cool breeze to the manor, while also creating a pool at the foot of the mountain. The spring water was cool, and the pool didn't stop flowing, so naturally there was a cool breeze to it. There was a small wooden house beside the pool, and Viscount Leslie was at the entrance of the wooden house, facing the pool. He took off his shoes and dipped his feet and calves into the pool, enjoying the coolness of the pool as he let out a comfortable moan from time to time. Other than this, beside him, there was a magic fan that kept turning. A cool breeze blew out of the magic fan, blowing his scattered hair back and forth. After closing his eyes to enjoy it for a while, Viscount Leslie suddenly shook his head. This thing still isn't good. It can't compare to the frost array. Butler Brunei, who had been standing on the side the entire time, immediately bowed and replied, "Yes, Lord Viscount. Not a single noble in Bana City has bought this magic fan. Everyone thinks that this is something for commoners. I suggest that you don't continue using it. It's better if you don't take advantage of it." "Oh, do those idiots all think this?" Viscount Leslie turned to look at Butler Brunei with a taunting smile on his lips. Seeing the lazy smile on Viscount Leslie's face, Butler Brunei secretly gave a sigh in his heart. The Lord Viscount had just turned 30 this year. He was in his prime. Adding in his handsome appearance and proper manners, he was very popular among the noble young ladies in Bana City. But he still didn't have any plans to get married, which made Anvilmar City's Master Count worry about this for a long time. "Lord Viscount, your meaning is?" Of course, Butler Brunei would not reveal the thoughts in his heart. Instead, he showed the appropriate support. "What? You also don't understand?" Viscount Leslie pointed at the magic fan. "Although the effect of this thing isn't as good as the frost array, don't forget that the cost of this thing is far less than the frost array. The normal families of Bana City couldn't afford a frost array, but that didn't mean they couldn't afford this magic fan. Only 2 gold coins could bring a cool breeze to me. What's so unacceptable about that?" Butler Brunei nodded lightly. That is indeed the case. During this time, the magic fans have been selling very well in Bana City. There are even many people from the villages outside the city that have come to buy them. "Brunei, how much do you think it would cost to make this thing?" Viscount Leslie suddenly asked. Brunei didn't hesitate as he immediately replied, "I've calculated it, and the cost of a single magic fan shouldn't exceed 1 gold coin. The cost is only 1 gold coin, and each one is sold for 2 gold coins. This also means that for each magic fan sold, that fellow Sue, he would earn 1 gold coin. Then do you know how many units he has sold so far?" I'm not clear, but it should be over 2,000 units, right?" Butler Brunei replied in an uncertain voice. "Even if it's 2,000 units, it's 2,000 gold coins. This fellow only used a single month to earn 2,000 gold coins. His skills really aren't small." Viscount Leslie's voice was filled with praise. Butler Brunei was a bit surprised as he said with knit brows, "Lord Viscount, although I admit that he is very capable, this is a special case. The magic fan can only be sold in the summer, and it can only be sold for 3 months of the year. Then again, there isn't a need for this thing that much. When every family that can afford it has bought it, he can't rely on this to earn that much gold coins. Brunei, you're still old in the end." Viscount Leslie shook his head with a sigh. Viscount Leslie shook his head with a sigh. "You don't understand. No one in Banna City is buying it. He can sell this thing to other cities and even other countries. Signs is this big, and there are countless families that want to buy this magic fan. As long as he can transport this thing to other places, he will definitely be able to sell it. I can even confidently tell you that this fellow already had this idea from the beginning. Otherwise, why do you think he rented an entire hectare of land from me? If he maintains his current scale, he doesn't need such a large piece of land at all. He can just find a small workshop in the city to take care of it." Butler Brunei said in a surprised voice, "He actually has this much ambition? Having ambition is a good thing. Otherwise, do you think I would talk to you about a small merchant that isn't even worthy of my attention?" Viscount Leslie said with a faint smile. "Actually, what really caught my attention was when a group of people besieged his shop last time. Oh, I was also quite surprised by that matter. I thought that it would be very big, but I never thought that they would take care of it this well. In the end, those people were very satisfied and left." Butler Brunei's voice couldn't help having a trace of praise. "I've seen that Heinz before. He isn't that strong of a person. So the one who took care of this matter should be Sue E. Just this isn't much. What caught my attention was what he proposed. Right, branding. Brunei, do you know what this means?" Butler Brunei shook his head in a daze. "To be honest, I don't know either. But I can feel that this thing is very important. The other merchants in Banna City don't know what this thing means right now, but I believe that they will definitely understand in the future." Viscount Leslie's voice was very certain. It seemed like he was very confident in his conclusion. Butler Brunei knit his brows to think before he couldn't help asking, "Lord Viscount, you've said all this. What do you want to say? No matter what that Sue E wants to do, it doesn't seem to be related to you, right? Although he gave you a 10% share, according to my estimates, it will only bring in a few hundred gold coins a year. Is there a need for you to spend this much effort on it?" Viscount Leslie laughed. "Brunei, you don't believe me when I say that you're old. Go. You'll personally make a trip tomorrow and send an invitation to Sue E for me. Just say that I'm inviting him to be a guest here." Butler Brunei's eyes popped out in shock. Did he hear wrong? The Lord Viscount, who never liked being disturbed by guests, was actually personally inviting someone to be a guest? Hashtag, 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 Sue E didn't feel honored at all. After testing the magic capping machine and the magic thread rolling machine over 100 times at Master Lanus' place, he had given Master Lanus a bunch of suggestions to adjust them. He had received countless complaints from Master Lanus, but he had also received the good news that he would adjust them in 3 days. This process had almost used up all of Sue Yi's physical strength and energy. When he dragged his tired body back to his little room, he directly fell asleep on the bed. After being in a daze for an unknown amount of time, Sue E woke up from his dream, and his nose immediately smelled the fragrance of stewed meat. Listening to it, he could hear the sounds of conversation coming from the kitchen. It was actually a girl's voice. Sue E was surprised. Could it be that someone had snuck in while he was sleeping? Getting out of bed, Sue E went to the kitchen to take a look. He saw 2 figures, one big and one small, with their backs to him, currently working in front of the stove. Whether it was big or small, these 2 figures were very familiar to him. "Steele, why are you here?" Sue E said in a surprised voice. Steele, who was shaking the spatula, turned her head in surprise and revealed a smile to Sue E. "You're awake. Go wash your face and get ready to eat." Sue E looked at her strangely, and then looked at the little slave that he had bought beside Steele. He couldn't help but frown. "Hey, your injuries haven't healed yet. Why did you run out?" Even though the little slave had been with Sue E for many days, he still had a timid look on his face. Hearing this, he shrunk his body, lowered his head, and left the kitchen, returning to the room that Sue E had prepared for him. Su-e, why are you yelling at her? I was the one who called her to help. Seeing that Su-e had yelled at the little helper, Steele couldn't help but be dissatisfied. Didn't you see the injuries on his body? You actually asked him to help? It would be troublesome if the wounds split open. Don't worry. I've checked the wounds on his body. They're almost healed. There won't be any hindrances. Steele had already cooked a dish. She pouted at Su-e and motioned for him to bring out another dish and a stew. While placing the utensils, Steele whispered to Su, "Hey, Su-e, what's the matter with this little girl?" "Little girl? Who?" Su-e asked in surprise. "Of course it's her." Steele pointed to the little room where the little slave was. "Oh, it's a little slave that I bought. It's quite troublesome to talk about. I'll explain it to you later." "Wait, you said little girl?" Su-ye's eyes suddenly widened. "Yes. What's wrong?" Seeing Su-ye's surprised expression, Steele was also surprised. "Isn't he a boy?" Su-ye was surprised. "What boy? It's obviously a little girl. Is there something wrong with your eyes?" Steele reprimanded without hesitation. Su-ye was stunned. The first time he saw this little slave, she was being whipped to death by 3 strong men. Su-ye subconsciously thought of her as a little boy, because he didn't believe that there would be people in this world who would be so cruel to a little girl. Later, after he bought her from Butler Brunei, because she was injured, she was always wrapped in gauze, and Su-ye didn't have much time to interact with her, so naturally he didn't pay attention to these problems. He didn't expect that the little boy he always thought was actually a little girl. Chapter 20. This. Su-ye could not help but scratch his head, thinking that he was really careless. In fact, it was not Su-ye's fault. He did not have much contact with girls on Earth. Plus, he was always with cold machines and data, so he was very slow in this regard. And this little slave's body was too thin and did not develop well at all. He could not see any characteristics of a girl. If it were not for the special circumstances, Su-ye would have continued to misunderstand. Seeing Su-ye's awkward expression, Steele suddenly laughed. "Hey, Su-ye, when I saw such a little girl in your house, I thought you were like those aristocratic prostitutes with a special hobby. Now it seems that I misunderstood you." Su-ye could not help but roll his eyes. What special hobby? Even if he had that kind of thought, he would not be interested in such a bean sprout-like child, right? "Don't talk about me. First tell me how you came to my house." Su-ye asked in a bad mood. "How did you know I live here? And if you think I'm a prostitute, why are you still here? And what do you mean by cooking for me? You have a lot of questions." Steele muttered. "Thanks to you, I have completed the piano model. I came to find you and wanted to invite you out for dinner as a thank you, but I didn't expect to see you asleep. Seeing how tired you were, I couldn't bear to wake you up. So I thought about it and decided to cook you a meal. What do you think? Seeing how messy your house is, I don't think anyone has ever cooked for you. Are you very thankful to me?" Steele's face was as beautiful as a flower, coupled with her cute smile. It made Su-ye's eyes light up, and he could not help but stare blankly. I say, you want to treat me to a meal, but you use the materials I bought and the tools in my house. Isn't this too frugal?" "TSK, I personally cook. This is a treatment that even Grandpa rarely gets to enjoy. Be content." Steele snorted and pointed to the room inside. "Go and call that little girl out for dinner. Although she shouldn't be eating with us as a slave, I don't think you see her as a slave. Of course, slaves shouldn't exist in this world." Su-ye sighed, shook his head, and walked into the room. Hearing Su-ye's subconscious sigh, Steele was slightly taken aback. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Su-ye's back. "By the way, Su-ye, other than treating you to a meal to express my gratitude, I also have something to inform you of," Steele suddenly said during the meal. What is it?" "It can't be that great magician Camilla is dissatisfied with me taking too much time off, so he decided to fire me, right?" Su-ye asked back in an uncaring voice. "What? Who said he was going to fire you?" Steele stared at him and pointed at Su-ye. "Let me tell you, Grandpa thinks very highly of you. Although you refuse to be his apprentice, he said that your talent for magic is high enough and you always have some novel ideas." staying in a magic tower might give him some inspiration. So how could he bear to fire you? That's good. That's not firing me. What is it that you need to inform me of? Listen well, Sui. Although I don't know why you don't care about increasing your magic power, I have to tell you very seriously that since you are already a magician, then in the signs, your magic rank is your everything. Steele's face became incomparably serious. It could be seen that her words were very serious. There are less than 3 months until the annual Sorcerer's Guild certification exam. Grandpa is a 3-star great magician recognized by the Sorcerer's Guild, so he has 3 recommendations. He has decided to give one of them to you and recommend you to participate in the Sorcerer's Guild certification exam. Do you understand the meaning of this? Sui very honestly shook his head. I don't understand. Steele couldn't maintain her serious expression and angrily shouted, Are you stupid? You don't even understand this? If it's a candidate recommended by a great magician, the Sorcerer's Guild will relax the standards a bit during the certification exam. In other words, as long as you have this recommendation, it will be much easier for you to pass the certification exam compared to normal magicians. And then, become a magician whose strength doesn't match my rank? Sui asked back. Steele was stunned and couldn't say anything for a while. This was because she suddenly found that Sui's question had hit the nail on the head, and she couldn't refute it at all. Seeing Steele's speechless appearance, Sui revealed a faint smile and reached his hand out to Steele. Give it to me. Give you what? Steele asked in a daze. The thing that represents the recommendation? I can't just go to the Sorcerer's Guild and tell them that I was recommended by great magician Camilla, and the Sorcerer's Guild would believe me, right? Steele asked in a stunned voice. Didn't you say you didn't want this recommendation? Who said I didn't want it? But you just said. That's what I said, but I'm very clear on the meaning of this exam. Sui said with a smile. I'm already 27 this year. I'm not an idealistic child like you. How could I not know how to take advantage of this opportunity? Then again, this also represents great magician Camilla, as well as your good intentions. If I reject you, wouldn't I be wasting your good intentions? Steele looked at Sui in a daze for a while before suddenly slapping the table. She suddenly stood up and angrily said, You're the child. After saying this, she left without even looking back. Seeing Steele's disappearing back, Sui couldn't help shaking his head with a smile. It seems like this is her taboo. I can't easily say in front of her in the future. Turning around, he saw the little slave looking at him in a daze, not knowing what to do. Sui revealed a faint smile and said to her, I'm sorry, I've been busy all these days and haven't had time to talk to you. How is it? Are you used to this place? The little slave first shook her head, but then she suddenly thought of something and forcefully nodded. Sui slightly knit his brows. Can't speak? The little slave nodded. What does this mean? Can you speak or can't you? The little slave slowly opened her mouth, and after a while, she spat out a few syllables. I can speak. Based on her slightly hoarse voice and her stuttering, it seemed like she hadn't spoken in a long time, so she wasn't very used to speaking right now. Sui thought for a bit before pouring a spoonful of meat soup into her bowl. You don't need to be afraid here. Although I bought you, I won't treat you like a slave and won't hit you, so you can be assured. The little slave looked at the meat soup in her bowl and gave a gentle nod. I know you are a good person. I've been given a good person card. Sui gave a soft laugh. That's right, what is your name? I still haven't asked yet. Vivian? That's a good name. Sui praised. Seeing the painful look on the little slave's face, he knew that this name must have triggered some painful memories. He shook his head and didn't ask anything else. He knew that this little slave's life before must have been very difficult, causing a serious shadow in her heart. If he wanted to dissolve it, he needed to slowly work hard over a long period of time, so he couldn't rush it. After eating, the little slave took the initiative to clean up the dishes. Sui thought about it and didn't stop her. Letting her do some things now would make it easier for her to integrate into her new life, which was actually a good thing for her. Sui did a few exercises as usual before returning to the workshop. The magic capping machine and the magic thread rolling machine had already been developed, which meant that the second version of the variable speed magic fan was about to enter mass production. But before this, Sue still had a bunch of problems to solve. Even if it only had the word variable speed compared to the first version, the magic array and the overall design of the fan were very complicated, so there were many data that needed to be calculated again. But there were many things that he couldn't rely on others to complete because he was the only one who was proficient in both magic arrays and the mechanical industry. He was also the only one who could perfectly combine the two. Talents are hard to come by. Thinking of the large amount of problems that needed to be solved, Sue couldn't help letting out a long sigh. If this world had as many highly educated talents with a complete knowledge system as there were on Earth, then his work would definitely not be so difficult. But thinking about it, if Signs had as many talents as on Earth, Sue wouldn't have been able to earn a large amount of money with just a magic fan that didn't require much technology. As the saying goes, you can't have both the fish and the bear's paw. Sue shook his head with a bitter smile. When he was about to focus on his research again, a tray suddenly came from the side. Seeing the steaming hot cup of tea on the tray, Sue said with a faint smile, "Vivian, you don't need to care about me. Go and sleep by yourself." Vivian placed the cup of tea in Suyi's hand. She lowered her head and softly said, "Serve. Serve the master. It is my duty." Sue smiled and was too lazy to keep persuading her, so he turned back to work. Vivian was a bit cautious as she stood by Suyi's side with her head lowered, but after a while, she looked up at Sue, who was focused on his work with a curious look. This new master, he really was much better to her than the previous master. Only, why did he have to work so hard? Chapter 21. On the land rented from Viscount Leslie, the factory that had been built for less than 3 days was already bustling with activity. Actually calling this place a factory was too much of an exaggeration because this so-called factory was only a single building, and it was only a simple one-story wooden house that took up less than 500 square meters. If one had to call it, it was just a small workshop. Of course, this was something that couldn't be helped. Time was tight, and it had only been less than 10 days since they rented this land from Viscount Leslie. Hines being able to gather enough people to build such a large wooden house in such a short period of time was already quite impressive. If his thoughts were a bit more flexible and he had a bit more foresight, he could be considered a very suitable CEO. Sue looked at Hines, who was busy supervising the production in the distance, and felt a bit of regret in his heart. Talents were hard to come by. Not only were they researchers, but they were also managers. Sue was only worried about Hines right now, so he had given all the management to Hines. It should be said that Hines was doing quite well. Whether it was production, sales, or logistics, he did everything in an orderly manner. He didn't drag down the overall progress and smoothly progressed. But that was it. In the past, Hines was just an ordinary grocery store owner. His horizons were limited. He could do some trivial things very well, but he didn't have a higher level of knowledge, which allowed him to take the initiative to make some changes and respond to it. Many times, Sue had no choice but to pay attention to the overall situation and give him some pointers. So Sue also spent a large amount of energy on these things. If there was a more suitable manager than Hines, not only would it free Sue, allowing him to focus on research and long-term planning, it would also free Hines, allowing him to focus on production and logistics, which would greatly increase efficiency. Where can I find this kind of talent? Sue was a bit worried. "Chairman, can I discuss something with you?" A young voice suddenly came from the side, breaking Suyi's thoughts. Sue turned his head and was slightly surprised. "Oren, have you finished your work?" This slightly chubby kid was one of the 30 students he had hired from Baron Richto Magic Academy. He was different from the other 29 students from normal families. This student, named Oren Zedeman, was the son of Banta City's Viscount Zedeman. He was the son of a noble. When Sue first saw this guy's information, he found it very strange. With this guy's family background, why would he need to work under him? Oren's response made Sue a bit speechless. He said that he wanted to experience life and was very interested in the magic fan, so he wanted to study it. Sui felt at that time that this kid had signed up for fun. Once he found out that the work in the factory was boring, he wouldn't be able to keep going. Sui wanted to reject him, but he didn't have a suitable reason. This was because this was the first batch of students he had recruited from Baron Ricto Magic Academy, and Oren was a famous magic genius in the school. If he couldn't find a good reason to reject him, it would affect his future recruitment work. Then again, even a student with a rich family background like Oren, who had outstanding talent in magic, was willing to work here. This was a kind of stimulation for the other students of the school. Look, even Oren was willing to come, so why wouldn't the rest of you be willing? So Sui recruited Oren with a bit of worry. Who would have thought that after a week of work, Oren would not only persevere, he would also meticulously complete all the work that was given to him. Because of his outstanding talent in magic, the magic arrays he completed were more accurate than the other students, and the effects were also better. With this performance, Sui couldn't help changing his view of him. I've already finished the morning's work, Oren loudly replied. Sui looked at where the other students were working and found that there were also several students who had finished their morning's work and were currently resting. He nodded. Very good. Then what did you want to discuss with me? Is there a request for work? Just tell me. As long as it's a reasonable request, I will agree. There's a request for work. For example, it's too hot here, so I strongly request that you place a large-scale frost array here. Otherwise, it will affect our work efficiency and enthusiasm. Sui revealed a bitter smile and shook his head as he said, I'm afraid I can't agree to this. You have a large-scale frost array at home, so you should know how much it costs to set it up and maintain it, right? I can't afford it right now, but bear with it for now. When I develop the magic air conditioner, the situation will be much better. Magic air conditioner? Oren's eyes lit up as he excitedly asked, What is that? Is it a new type of magic machine? Chairman, can you tell me the details? I'm very interested. Sui knew that he had let it slip in a moment of carelessness, so he quickly waved his hand. This thing is only an idea right now. I haven't started researching it yet. At least it won't be ready this summer, so don't ask about it. Oh, then it's still a secret. Oren gave a disappointed nod, but he obediently didn't ask anything else. All right, let's not talk about this. Based on your tone, you aren't here to make a request. So what do you want to discuss? Sui quickly changed the topic. Hearing this question, Oren suddenly revealed an excited look. He took out a blueprint from his chest and handed it over. Chairman, look, this is the revolving wind array that I researched last night. What do you think? Revolving wind array. Sui looked at Oren with a strange gaze. He thought that your job right now is to draw the revolving wind array. Why are you researching this thing? Of course, he wasn't dumb enough to destroy Oren's enthusiasm. He took the blueprint and looked it over before giving an sound and seriously looking it over. After a while, Sui looked up and looked at Oren in a daze. This revolving wind array was researched by you alone? Oren stuck out his chest and said with a proud look, It was just me alone. No one helped me. It was like Sui was meeting Oren for the first time as he looked over him. He suddenly reached out to pat his shoulder and praised. Good kid. No wonder Director Shearer said that you were a rare magic genius at Baron Ricto Magic Academy and wanted me to take care of you. Oren laughed and pointed at the blueprint in Sui's hand. Chairman, you still haven't told me what this magic array is like. I feel that if we change it like this, it should be a bit better than the previous revolving wind array, but I'm not certain. Sui laughed. Can't you see that I'm praising you? Of course the answer is yes. Let me tell you, although I haven't tested this change before, I can infer that just with this change, the power consumption of the magic fan will be a bit lower compared to before. It's only a bit lower? Oren was very disappointed. Chairman, it can only be said that the magic array you designed is too outstanding. There are almost no flaws at all. I tried my best and could only make this small change. Sui forcefully patted Oren's shoulder and said with a serious look, You mustn't look down on this small change. I can honestly tell you that for magic machines, even the slightest change, no, it should be more accurate to say that it's an improvement. It has a very important meaning. Don't look down on this small change because it can reduce the magic crystal consumption of the magic fan by a bit. It will also allow the people who buy the magic fan to save more money when using it. For us, this means that people will be more willing to buy the magic fan. The most important thing is that this means that the quality of our Xinfei brand magic fan will be higher. The meaning behind this is not something that you can understand right now. Oren was stunned by Su Yi's words. He thought that he had only made a small change, so why did it seem like it had a large meaning when the chairman said this? Thinking about it, he became happy again. He had only changed the revolving wind array out of interest. He didn't think that much. Being able to obtain Su Yi's approval was already enough to satisfy him. Su Yi suddenly grabbed Oren's arm and pulled him to where the students were working. Faced with the doubtful gazes of the other 29 students and Heinz, Su Yi raised Oren's arm high up and said in a loud voice, "Everyone listen up. Oren has just proposed a change to the revolving wind array. After my confirmation, this change will have a positive effect on the magic fan. So I announce that because of Oren's change, he will receive a special research reward from the company. The reward is 10 gold coins." Chapter 22. As soon as Su Yi's voice fell, everyone went into an uproar. 10 gold coins? That much? God, what kind of change did this Brad Aaron make? He's actually being rewarded with 10 gold coins at once? If I knew this earlier, I would have studied it as well. I'm very confident in magic arrays. That's right, 10 gold coins. If I can obtain this reward, I can let my mother properly rest for a while. It had to be known that these students only earned 2 silver coins for each magic array they drew. If they wanted to obtain 10 gold coins, they would need to draw an entire 500 magic arrays. For these students whose family backgrounds couldn't compare to Aaron's, 10 gold coins was a large number. Hearing the discussions of the students, Su Yi looked at Heinz, who was in a daze on the side. Heinz immediately understood and quickly walked to the side. After a while, he came back with a small paper bag in his hand and handed it to Aaron. "Aaron, this is your reward. You can count it." "There's no need, Chairman. I only studied magic arrays out of interest. This reward, I don't want it." Aaron shook his head and waved his hand, not wanting to take this reward. Although he was usually very proud, he also knew that there was a gap between him and these classmates because of his family background. If he received this reward in front of everyone, it would be even more likely that he would be completely separated from everyone else. This was not a happy experience. "Take it. This is the company's rule. It's not just for you." Su Yi took the paper bag and placed it in Aaron's chest. "Come, count it. Is there 10 gold coins inside?" Seeing Su Yi's firm attitude, Aaron could only open the paper bag with an awkward expression. He poured out all the gold coins inside and counted them one by one. Looking at the dazzling gold coins in Aaron's hands, the eyes of the other students couldn't help but light up. Su Yi revealed a faint smile and raised his voice again. "Listen well, I just said that this rule isn't just for Aaron alone. As long as any of you can provide a method to improve the magic fan, you can also receive this reward." "President, will any method work?" A tall boy raised his hand and asked. "As long as it's related to the magic fan and can improve the magic fan, it's fine," Su Yi said with a serious look. "Of course, this is under the premise that it doesn't affect your work. If you only think about these things and delay the work you should be doing, affecting the production progress, not only will I deduct your pay, but according to the contract, I may even fire you directly." He had no choice but to be the bad guy first. Otherwise, if these students were to get hot-headed and only focus on researching the improvement plan, they would forget about their most basic work. Then, the gains would not make up for the losses. The students looked at each other, then suddenly lowered their heads and began to work seriously. Compared to before, their enthusiasm for work seemed to have increased a lot. Heinz glanced at Aaron, who had returned to his post, and buried his head in work. He whispered to Su Yi, 10 gold coins? Is it worth it?" Su Yi smiled. "Of course it's worth it. Heinz, remember, research and improvement like this is of great significance to any product. This policy will continue in the future, and it won't be limited to the magic array. Perhaps we will include the entire magic fan production process in the future. If there are any improvements to the magic fan's design, we will reward them and encourage them to do this. Hines said in a confused voice, "Weren't these things completed by you? Could it be that you think that the things you researched can't compare to these kids, who haven't even grown hair yet? No matter how powerful I am only a single person. A single person's strength is limited, but the wisdom of a crowd is endless. You mustn't look down on these students. Perhaps one of them will become a great magic mechanical engineer in the future." Hines looked at the students who were working in full swing and shook his head. Why couldn't he see it? When Hines was about to discuss the next step with Sue E., there was a loud shout that came from the door, "Mr. Sue E." The two of them were stunned. To use such a formal name to call Sue E., it seemed like only Viscount Leslie's old butler would do it. Turning around to look, the one who suddenly appeared at the door was Butler Brunei. Who else could it be? Sue E. quickly came forward to greet him. "Butler Brunei, why are you here? Is there something you need?" Butler Brunei looked into the wooden house before taking out a golden-edged invitation for Sue. "Mr. Sue E., I represent my master, Lord Viscount Leslie, to sincerely invite you to the Viscount Manor as a guest this afternoon." Sue E. was stunned. He and Hines looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. This Viscount Leslie, who didn't even show up when renting the land, why would he suddenly want to invite Sue E. as a guest? ####. When he saw Viscount Leslie, Sue E. was a bit surprised. Since he was renting Viscount Leslie's land, Sue E. naturally had to understand a bit about this Lord Viscount. From the information that Hines had gathered, Sue E. knew that Viscount Leslie was very famous in the circle of nobles in Banda City. He had just turned 30 this year, and because of his handsome appearance and strong family background, he was very popular with the noble ladies and young misses in Banda City. He was a famous playboy in Banda City. Sue E. thought that this fellow would have a small white face, looking confident but actually being frivolous. He was afraid that he would be very arrogant and definitely not someone who was easy to get along with. But after seeing him, Sue E. found that his impression of him was a bit different. The fellow in front of him was indeed handsome, but his features were good. With thick eyebrows and large eyes, he looked very righteous at first glance. His skin wasn't the pale white that was popular among nobles. Rather, it was bronze and even a bit dark. He was tall and well-proportioned. There was no need to mention that he normally worked out, so he definitely wasn't someone that those weak, noble young masters could compare to. Just with a single glance at Viscount Leslie, Sue E. immediately stopped looking down on him. This Viscount Leslie, he might not be the same as those arrogant, noble young masters he had met before. While Sue E. was sizing up Viscount Leslie, he was also sizing up Sue E. It seemed like he was very interested in Sue E., seriously looking over Sue E. from top to bottom several times before pointing at the small table beside him. "Please sit." Sue E. respectfully gave a bow like a commoner before sitting down in front of Viscount Leslie. Seeing Sue Ye's performance, Viscount Leslie gave a laugh. "There's no need to be this restrained. I'm not like those old men who care about troublesome etiquette. You could be as casual as you want. Look, I'm not entertaining you in the living room, so this isn't considered a formal occasion. Just treat it as a friend inviting you over for a meal." Sue E. looked at him, feeling a bit strange why he was this polite to him. Based purely on status, Sue E. was a very normal citizen, and the other side was a Viscount of the Lampari Kingdom, a true noble. Even if Sue E. had the status of a magician on the continent, magicians weren't that rare, and normal magicians weren't that important. In Banta City, only a great magician like Camilla was respected by everyone. Not to mention that Sue E. hadn't even passed the Sorcerer's Guild certification exam, so he wasn't worth mentioning at all. From a business point of view, Sue E. was renting Viscount Leslie's territory, so he was under the control of others. He should be polite to Viscount Leslie. "Lord Viscount, I wonder, what matter do you have for suddenly summoning me?" Sue E. couldn't help asking. "We'll talk about this later. Come, let's eat first." Viscount Leslie waved his hand and didn't reply. Sue thought about it before letting go of his thoughts and enjoying his lunch under Viscount Leslie's invitation. It was like Viscount Leslie said he didn't entertain Sue in the living room of the manor. Rather, it was in a small wooden house beside a pond. The meal he entertained wasn't that sumptuous. It was just a few appetizers. Of course, these appetizers were very exquisite, but they were not something that any restaurant in Banda City could compare to. Viscount Leslie was very friendly during the meal. He greeted Sue while chatting with Sue. He talked about all kinds of things with him, not repeating the same thing for half a day. It showed that he had much more knowledge than normal citizens. After lunch was over, the servants took away all the utensils and brought out 2 cups of perfectly chilled fruit juice. Viscount Leslie finally stopped chatting and looked at Sue before suddenly saying, "Sue, I've heard Butler Brunei say that your magic fan workshop has already started working. It's here." Sue's heart skipped a beat. He took a sip of the fruit juice and moistened his throat while organizing his thoughts. After pausing for a bit, he replied with a nod, "Yes. I've also heard that your workshop is producing quite a few magic fans each day. Can you tell me how many magic fans you can produce each day?" After asking this, Viscount Leslie waved his hand. "Of course, if it's a secret, it's fine if you don't tell me." Sue revealed a faint smile. "This isn't a secret. Right now, we're currently producing 150 each day, no more and no less." "Oh, 150 each day. Let me count it. You've already been working for 3 days, so that's 450. If everything goes as smoothly today, that is indeed the number." Sue nodded. "Then I have a question." Viscount Leslie looked at Sue with a gaze of deep meaning before continuing to ask, "If you could produce 150 each day, wouldn't you be producing 4,500 a month? Do you think that all these magic fans can be sold? There are only 3,000 households in Banda City. I don't think that each household will buy several magic fans." "Many thanks for the Lord Viscount's concern," Sue said with a smile. "Actually, it's like you said, the magic fan sales in Banda City are already saturated, so it's very hard to sell more magic fans." "Oh, then you're still producing this many magic fans? You're not worried that you won't be able to sell them?" "No one in Banda City is buying them, but there are large amounts of people outside Banda City who need them," Sue replied with a smile. "Lord Viscount, to be honest, we already have over 5,000 orders. Only a small portion of them come from Banda City, and most of them come from the villages outside the city. Moreover, each day, the orders will greatly increase. For example, this morning, I just received an order for 1,000 magic fans." After saying this, Sue paused a bit. He looked at Viscount Leslie's expression before saying in a more serious tone, "It is worth mentioning that this order came from Karma City. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."